And the next time I see you, I'm gonna cancel Christmas on your ass.
Let's bow our hearts for prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for the oh God, because joy has come into the world. Thank you, Lord, for the joy that the Savior brought.
Flowing from your heart, filling every part of our praise. Your presence in this place, your glory on our face. We're looking to the sky, descending like a cloud. You're standing with us now. Lord, unveil our eyes. You're the reason we're here. You're the reason we're singing. So open up the heavens. We want to see you. Open up the floodgates. A mighty river flowing from your heart, filling every part of our praise. So open up the heavens. We want to see you.
Get those hands together.
The reason you lift your hand is because you already believe. You're saying, I believe. You know, and we've just given you an opportunity to confess him before men. He sees you, a little guy in the back. Little guy, I'm not a midget, he's a child. I mean, I don't want anyone to think I was offending a midget.
But if you're tired, take a nap. That's probably the most.
You niggas are crazy.
Take a nap.
Oh shoot, I messed that clip up. That was supposed to be when Jesus' face was up. Man, but man, appreciate all of y'all for being here, man. Let me run through the chat real quick. You already see we got a couple of the fellas here. We got IG, we got Boneric here. Quantum was here early. What the? I know, Quantum. I know. Anae is in the building. Inya's in the building. Candidate is cloud watching, and I appreciate you letting me know that you're cloud watching. Dury's in the building. What's up, my guy? Yella's in the building, the wrong building, but he's in the building. That's all that matters. He's in the building. He's not in the room where it happens, but he's in a room, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. My so-called life, good to see you again. Had a pleasure having you up here with us the last time we were here. Man, so I think that's called, did I say? Yeah. I was talking about you being in the room where it happens. I think we got one more person getting set up, so I'm not going to bring them up because I think they're setting themselves up. Listen, we want Mr. He said was popping. Now listen, Mr. He says got Cerebro Saturday today, so I definitely want to salute to you because I love my Cerebro Saturday. So I didn't want to try to pull you away for another conversation. Was popping. Cool. Boom. Bree says she's good. What's going on, Bree? Gotcha.
Sorry, I thought I had a second to
gotcha. Nah, don't say you good if you ain't good. Don't say you.
I was good. I was good, and I was like, let me
good.
take a swig of water.
Gotta make a run for taco stuff. Can't praise without taco in my belly. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Now listen, y'all know me. I ain't gonna waste too much of y'all's time. I appreciate all of y'all for being here on the panel. I appreciate all of y'all in the chat. Y'all know what we're here to do today. We are here to blaspheme the name of the Lord Jesus. That is what the only thing we are here for. So let's get started. He is a dusty and a scrub and a deadbeat dad. No, let me quit. But we are here to talk about the topic that was brought up last time. Von Eric was talking with IG, and I can't remember exactly how it happened, but it came up about Eve being the first transgender. So that's going to be the first topic, but I have two other gender-related topics I want to bring up today. But we're going to start with the Eve conversation. Was Eve the first transgender? Never existed. I know. I already know. I know. You know, we're doing the thought experiments, though. We're doing the thought experiments. So was Eve the first transgender? And I know IG had an interesting take on that. I'd heard it once before. I think you might have been talking about that over on Conscious, or Conscious might have said it, but I heard something similar. But it's an interesting conversation. I want you to, if you wouldn't mind, IG, start us off. But I forgot. I almost forgot. I got something for y'all. After I posted the thumbnail, which bothered somebody, I want y'all to respond to this first. Before we get into the topic, I want to talk about this chat comment. It's since, I don't know how the YouTube works, but I guess the comment was in there like almost a week ago, so it's already gone, but I was able to save it. So I'm going to read these out. So we had some comments from a dear Elijah Marie. Hopefully everybody in the chat can read them, and I'm going to read them in a second. I just got to pull up a bigger copy because I got the screens minimized. Trying to do dual screens. Let me just go big. Go big or go home. There we go. Elijah Marie. Eve was a man that was female in gender. Male or female is determined by gender located in the soul, not sex characteristics, and transgender people are born that way. The soul does not enter the body until birth, when a baby takes his first breath. That is also why abortion is not murder and God is pro-choice. That is how a set of identical twins can have the same sex, the same DNA, but the opposite in genders. So Eve would have had the same DNA of Adam if Eve was taken from Adam's rib and had to be a man. Gender is not determined by DNA. Gender is located in the soul. So Eve was a female man. Then we could also discuss whether Adam was male or female, and then that would make Eve a male if Adam was the female. So I thought that was a wonderful series of comments that somebody was inspired to write. I thought it was like beautifully contradictory, but I did tell them that I was going to highlight these chats and we could talk about them. Does anybody see anything noteworthy here? Like they want to pull out, call out, respond to?
I do. And I get in a sense what he's saying as gender, the soul, but I also kind of see where it's still kind of proven toward the point of it's a male identifier of what womanhood is. And I think we're going to get more into that as we begin to expand, but nothing really too bad or contradiction, but that's kind of what I kind of pulled from it, because it's still not giving the creation of antiquity from a divine feminine aspect. That's the only thing that I see, that it just kind of still reinforces the all XY chromosome influence in the creation of the first XX, and not procreation, the creation.
Not procreation, the creation. I'm gonna tell y'all, I know, Lord have mercy. When I saw it, I was like, oh boy, that thumbnail stirred up something in there, boy. They
I'm confused. I'm so confused.
So listen, let me point out what got me, because they was like, okay, so they said Eve was a female man, and that's like a definitive statement. Like Eve was a female man. That's a sentence, like no question mark. Well, that's no punctuation at all. But I'm assuming that's a declarative statement. Then it says Eve could have been, if Eve was a male, Adam would be a female. So if Adam was a man and then Eve was a female man, that means two men. But then all of a sudden at the end, it's like Eve was a male and Adam a female. Like, how could we go from sameness to difference? It was just, the leap of logic was a little different for me, but
I'm just
the
confused.
gender being part of the soul, I thought that
Like,
was cute.
Yeah.
like I can understand that, like, what is a woman, or like woman is part of like a social construct. Like I get that part. But the part for me that's confusing is the understanding I thought was that Eve was created. She shares DNA as far as like species with, like, they're the same species. So of course they have certain DNA. And even like fraternal twins, they have the same DNA, but not quite. Like it's kind of different. It veers off.
Yeah.
So then it's just like, where does the biological sex come in here? That's the part that's confusing to me, because I'm like, that's fine. Like, gender is a social construct, but like Eve was biologically a female and Adam was biologically male, according from my understanding of the story. So that's why I'm confused. So I'm confused right now. So I'm just gonna be like, where? I'm sure we're gonna go through this. So I'm just curious to hear the angle, because I'm like, okay, what? I'm confused already. So
and that's
it'd be interesting. And that comment was even more confusing, because I was like,
I love it.
A characteristic. That's the characteristic part right there is what I'm.
Let me see.
What the
character?
Oh, the second one.
Yeah, the characteristic.
Not sex characteristics. The transgender people are born that way.
I would like her to like the person to expand on that. But if we was to make, if she was making, I'm sorry, I don't even know if it's
they.
Man, we don't know.
Right. If the person is making a logical argument, then I can see why you say it's a contradiction. Because in the logical, you can't make a logical argument. You can't make two things can't be true. So it's not a contradiction. So I'm with Bree. I'm confused. But let me ask you something. What was the singer that had both sex?
Okay,
and then the parents was decided to see where
a singer.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Sierra.
Sierra is not intersex. I don't know why. That's like that's not true. I don't know why people just ran with it. No, y'all know Sierra got like 4 kids, right?
No. She was just. She said she was born with it.
Did she actually say that? She never said that.
She said she was born.
Sierra has never said that.
Let me pull
that is false. Sierra has never said that. And if Sierra was truly an intersex person who was equally both, she possibly would not even be able to procreate. Like if she didn't have a full uterus or ovaries or all the stuff that you need to have the babies and hold the babies and keep the babies. Like,
let's say this. When
female, biological female. I don't know where y'all got that.
No, when two people have the both sex, it is said through scientific, they wait until they see which way the person is going to go and decide to take one that is one, take that away.
That's not best practice anymore.
I'm not saying it was best practice. I'm just saying it was a practice that was done. Now, if it was best, let's leave that to the science. But
if Sierra was truly intersexed, truly an intersex person, you do know that it's not like you just picked to be a biological female because you look more female and now you have all the same parts as a biological.
That's not how our parents picked it. That's not how our parents picked it. They picked it to see, just like what this person is saying, and Elijah said, far as her characteristics, to see which one was dominant in her to make a decision to say which one they was going to take away.
And if she truly was in that situation, my point is, if she truly was in that situation, Sierra probably would not be on her third pregnancy right now.
That's not true when it comes to intersexual.
That
you
is
can still, no. Show me a scientific fact that every intersex like that they could not have children. If the one went this way, they could not have children.
Beyond the fact that Sierra has never said that. Let's go back to that. That's not factual.
But you said that as far as the science, as far as that, do you have that proof that far as scientifically that it wouldn't be that way?
Yeah, if you had all the parts to be enough to say this is a biological female and go on, then you probably would be decided. But that's not even best practice anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like that's not even how people decide anymore. That's known as a terrible practice. So I'm not saying people to do that in the past. I'm just saying that is not, like they used to call them hermaphrodites.
Right, but I'm not talking about as far as if they still practice that. I'm talking about in the past. As far
in the past, most intersex people don't have the full set of either. That's like the whole point.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
they're somewhere in the middle, or they're like their own lane. So that's generally that's why they have a category. I'm
Okay,
talking about medically speaking.
okay. Well, has it, as far as scientific, as far as which way they go, has it came that a person that was mostly women, right, and end up having children?
I can't speak to every single one. I can't say that does not happen. I'm not
Okay,
saying
that's good.
that.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. But my whole point here is that's not Sierra's situation. Okay, this is false. So she's a bad person to look at as an example. That's my issue with what you're saying. You're pointing to someone who's not in that situation. And like for someone hearing that, they could hear you say that and believe that Sierra is a representation of an intersex person. And that's like not a good thing. So that's why I'm pushing back against it. Not pushing back against the idea. I'm just saying, let's not say Sierra is an intersex person because she's not. She doesn't identify as one. She's not.
No, I'm not saying she identifies one.
But she's not one. She's
I'm
not
saying,
one, and she doesn't identify as one.
No, I didn't say she identifies one. I'm just saying that this was said when she was a child.
By whom?
By her. She did an interview. That's why I'm gonna look for the interview.
All right, so we'll couch that one because we don't have that right now. But the claim is out that Sierra was born intersex. So you know that'll have to be something we follow up on. But
Can I just one more thing? There are some people that before, when you're still pregnant, when they do the testing, like they can see the gender. Sometimes it's indeterminate, or you're very like they don't really know while the baby's still in utero. But usually once the baby is born, they know for sure. So she could be referencing that. I've seen people where they get the testing early on, like at 10 weeks, to see, oh, is it a boy or girl? And it's like indeterminate. But that doesn't mean that person is born. They may still not be intersex. They just may not have known. And back when she was coming up, the testing probably wasn't as great. So she could simply have referenced that if she was talking about being in utero and not being sure what she was.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I just know that what she said and what she had the procedure do after when she said what her parents did. So, but my point is, what this person Elijah is saying, is pointing to, is that is he or she is saying that when it comes to the Adam and Eve, as far as characteristic.
All right. Real quick, I do want to introduce Retro. Now, IG introduced Retro to our panel. Wanted to bring up another individual. So, Retro again. My name is Rashawn. We got Bree over here, Von Eric, and obviously IG brought you. Yellow will be joining us sometime in the near future, but I wanted to welcome you to the panel. We're pretty much very casual, just like to have the conversation. So, yeah, please join in. Now, with your opinions, with your whatever knowledge you may have on, gender and sex and all that stuff. But we just like to have thought experiment conversations. So please, you're welcome to it. But thank you for coming. And how are you today, sir?
Thank you for having me here. And I'm doing pretty good.
That's what's up. We already got it started.
Super low. Is he?
Yeah, I'm about to pump that up. I'm about to pump the mic up. Let me see.
Can y'all hear me a little bit better now? Should I keep talking to kind of test it out and see if it's going to get any louder? Is that better, y'all?
That's good. It's good for me. What about you, Britt?
It's better.
It's still pretty low.
That's good right there.
Yeah. Okay, I probably got to turn this microphone on my headset.
Okay.
Okay, I'll try to pay attention to that.
I can hear all the undertones. Yeah.
Real serious. Be in the building. Hello. So we are going to. Give me a second. I don't know what just happened. Anyway, it's not working anymore. But I wanted IG to let us know what his initial thoughts are on the Eve was the first transgender. I already know Bree's got some pushback for that she shared with me already. So I want to hear her pushback. I have some points that I want to use to kind of support that. I want to hear what Von Eric thinks, and we'll get Retro in as well. But I want to start with IG if we don't mind.
Well, okay, I remember the last of the great video, Dumb God, Dumb Book, Dumb People, and toward the end, you was able to pencil me in the program like they used to do in the church, and so it was Vaughn had asked, how come they don't mention female deityism and stuff like that? And I said, well, you can't expect the people, and just that's when I threw in my theory that the same people who are the P word archery of the religion and society, when you look at the creation story before the acknowledgement of trans people in the more current millennia, when we use those pronouns he, him, and his in Spanish, él, ella, etc., because everything else is P-archy, when we refer to a group of people, we always use the masculine singular or the masculine plural, right? So when you go into the biblical and Hebraic text of the King's English version, King James English version that we have in the 1611, when you're looking at the pronouns of he, him, his, fathers of Elohim or Yahshua or Father God, same thing with Adam, he, him, and his. So the fact that from that creation story, because there's two, but from the main one that we are taught in Judo Christianity in the West is that, okay, well, God put Adam in a deep sleep. God put Adam in a deep sleep and then took from Adam, and to get just to expound a little more, there was some cloning here. So not Eve is only the first transgender person. Eve is also the first clone
First
person.
clone.
Clone is synthesis. That's synthetic, right? So Eve, by any means, is not a natural biological form. She's a synthesis form of a product of XY chromosomal, spiritual deity influence of a XY chromosomal or pronoun he, him, and his. So Eve could either be, depends on how you want to look at it, in the context of social construct of what woman is outside of just sex, she could be the trans woman. However, you could say she's the first trans man too, because in order to be a trans man, you would have to be born what? Biologically XX. Because everything else that is natural now in nature outside of the allegorical paradigm of the Helios Bibulus text does not exist in creation from just the patriarchy or the XY chromosomal DNA. That's not how science or any of this works. So that's how I got into it, even from the sense of science and from ideological. You can't expect the people who said that the first vagina was made from all dick-derived ingredients to possibly give creditation for female deities. When you step outside of patriarchy and the other Southeast Asian cultures of the world, even though they may be patriarchal, there is still some more of a balance of spiritualism that doesn't just exist through divine masculinity.
He took a sip on that one, didn't he?
I can't hear nobody.
I'm muted and Rashawn's muted. Okay.
My bad. That was on me. That was on me. Yeah. That was definitely some good stuff. And you brought up a couple of questions. I want everybody else to get in, but I just brought this question to my mind. If neither one of them were born, are either one of them male, female, as we know it today? Because like I said, the cloning process, that's a whole different thing. We might need a whole nother term for people who weren't even born. They wouldn't even have umbilical cord. Like they wouldn't have had the belly buttons. So that's anyway. Bree, I know you. Mm-hmm. What do you think about what IG said and the concept overall? And then we'll go to Von Eric and then Retro, please.
Yeah, I wanted to hear the standpoint because I do understand that. Like, I guess taking it from the position of if Eve is a clone of Adam, and then also I'm just trying to make sure I'm hearing what IG is saying right. So I'm like restating it how I heard it, kind of like if Adam's a clone, and then in the biblical text there is no feminine aspect in which God could have formed Eve out of the image of, like how they say like Adam. They say Adam was formed from the image of God, and a lot of people take that as God is masculine, so therefore Adam was masculine. If you don't have any female aspect of God in the story or any feminine goddess or deity aspect, what then could Eve have been formed in the image of is a problem in the story. Like, And so, like, from that perspective, I understand like what IG is saying. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have no feminine aspects, no feminine deities, and then just God crafted this whole biological female out of nothingness, because God is masculine man and Adam is as well. So from that standpoint, I do understand that argument. Like, if that is the true perspective, then you have to have some way to what then is Eve truly. But then also still, like, what is a person that's not procreated? They're not a part of the procreation. But I know for myself, that's always been a problem I've noticed too, that in the creation story, there's no feminine deity. There's no feminine aspect. And like, where did these females come from? Where did the blueprint of what a female is come from then? If there is no female deity or feminine aspect.
Yeah.
Even in the Trinity, it's a whole bunch of niggas.
Yep.
And
we're
then
gonna talk about that's gonna be our second topic. Go ahead, IG, and then I'm gonna get Von there again and then Retro.
And exactly, and then also, you know, I am saying that, but also, but this is what I'm highlighting. Just you're understanding it, but the reference is highlighting that. Well, you know, the scripture says God, in this case, formed Adam from the dust of the earth. He did not take Eve from the elemental beings or something that's physical. That's why according to the Bible, but I can add science. That's why you decompose and you return to the dust of the earth, because you were formed from dust, right? Not a Christian, I'm a heathen, but I like science and I like spirituality. If you look at it, but no, see, it's putting femininity in the position of where that your identity of who you are is what a man socialized and has told you to be. And when you look at the science, the social, and that social part, but then it's also a thing where it's like, okay, then why would you then create the male without the power to procreate or reproduce or be reproductive if the masculine part of who you are is what's creating me? Then why would you need to then create a feminine if you be all creation showing yourself? So it's something when I look at that part of it, it's kind of like, okay, is this completely natural? Because I'm not going to sit up here as a modern day person going to say that everything has to be 100% natural in order for me to scientifically agree with it. No. But what made me tie into the theory of it is, before we were talking about transgender, when I got to spirituality, I noticed that the he, him, his pronoun, the very specific gender, sex construct, was something that I ran into in and without Abrahamic beliefs and how they run the culture paradigm. So then when I look at that, I do too also see like, well, no, that's why men treat women as less, because a man really feels that you're nothing without me, and according to the Bible, you are.
Yeah, it's a dynamic. I definitely we gotta definitely talk about that. The woman wasn't a part of the original plan, although animals were both male and female.
Exactly.
Von Eric, what do you think about IG's original proposition from your standpoint?
Wow, he said a lot there.
Yeah, some good stuff, some stuff in there.
But
there's some meat on the bone. There's some meat on that bone.
Yes, goodness, I'm gonna have to, bring out the fork and the knives and get ready. Yeah, but that was some good information. I think that more should be added to it, and plus it depends on how you look at it. I know Bree said it wasn't women deities, but in Proverbs it speaks of a woman deity, wisdom, which was there before the foundation of the earth. And also in the book of Enoch has two women deities, especially in Proverbs. It says she's stand next to Prudent. That right there, many people believe that's your female. When he said, let us make man in our own image, she made female, he made male. So it depends on how you're looking at it. When you go into Adam and Eve, I can see your argument, because it's two different information given. It's two different directions it's going. So I can see your argument, but even I just listened to this woman. She's a therapist. Her name is Dr. Anita Hill. She said when they created male and female, they both was called Adam.
Okay.
So that's the core in both of them. She was always there, the woman deity, always there, because it says before the foundation of the earth, just like it says with Jesus Christ. And that's the one is your female right there. But it depends on how you look at it and how you interpret.
But the statement wasn't that there wasn't female spirits, because the Bible also said, "Let wisdom, let her have her perfect worth on you." When it is taught to the over conciseness of the world, what you're going is behind the veil, which we want to do here. But that is the exception and not the rule. So the way that you're understanding it, according to the Book of Enoch, which isn't even in the 1611 King James Version, right? So that's still the majority of what is interpreted. That is a great perspective that you have. Like I said earlier in the other conversation, there is a perception that is the rule. Your perspective is your choice within that. But that's not the perception, because it wasn't to say that I said in antiquity and creation. There's nothing linguistical in any of the Latin translated, or mostly Hebrew for that matter. And when you deal with the Torah and the first 5 books, because I'm also very biblically and historically sound there, it's still all a very specificity to the masculine male he him pronoun, penis X Y chromosome.
You said the Book of Enoch wasn't in the 1611?
It's not in the King James Version. It's not in the...
Not the King James.
Yeah, it's not in the...
They took it away.
They did.
Right.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, which I'm not trying to take away or discredit your wisdom.
Yeah. He said you have a deeper study than the general body.
I thought that way in general. Like,
yeah.
Well, so I just want to be clear. So you just going by, so we taking the Apocrypha out?
Well, I can fuck with those books too, but you got to understand, in the context of having a conversation for the general, not the rule. We here can get into those of us who are spiritualists, but the overwhelming majority of the people who are politically and in the sound of presenting you your everyday church and politician, they're not going behind the veil in that context, nor are they building policy and laws that are also tied to the Helios Biblos text.
That depends. Okay, well, that depends on the political what political.
No, we know that. Yeah, but it don't matter what party. It doesn't matter what party if the laws are also constructed behind a Judeo-Christian belief. Your law system is based off of New King James Version law, which, if you do the history of what was also going around the world in world history during the 1611 canonization of the Bible, when it becomes
Well, when you say as far as the King James Version and the political system, you're speaking within like the laws that we live in. The laws as far as the Roman when they conquered. Yes, I understand your argument. Yes, but that doesn't go. It's outside of that. It's you gotta remember they wasn't the only kingdom that was in power.
Yeah.
But I understand y'all. I see what you're saying.
We know that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know that. You would be preaching into the choir if going through that with some of these people here. But that's not what that exception. That's the 20% out of 80. That's the if there's 1,000 snakes outside there to bite me, will I go out and there's only 1 or 10? Will I go out and want to step my black ass outside? That's numbers. That's not my opinion. That's facts.
Okay.
All right, IG, cool. Real quick, I do want to get Retro in his opinion on your original thing before we get too far into the weeds. And Ivana, I don't think anybody was saying you're wrong in your opinion. We're just saying like like we all understand and respect your opinion. It's like as far as like when you're speaking, like let people know a little bit. I've been trying to do that myself. Let people know where your stance is coming from, because it's going to be outside of their scope of knowledge. Because like
Okay.
when you said a tomb, were you saying atom or a tomb? Like so, like which
Adam.
Mhm.
Like the name
So-
Adam doesn't mean it's not a name. It's like that was the name given to human, the race in the
Yeah.
Bible. If they were Adam.
I
Yeah.
know some people have said that Adam meant like atom, ATOM, and like
Mhm.
other. So
Yeah.
like so, okay, because Kansas Dan wanted that clarification from you. Fine, Eric. I was just want to let you address it before we go to retro.
All right.
Adam? No, I said Adam.
Just want to make sure. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, Greg Bryant, appreciate you for being in the building, sir. Go ahead, retro. Go ahead and jump in from whatever that you heard so far. Go ahead and jump in whatever your thoughts are on where we are in the conversation. Any point of it, because there's been a lot leading up to where you jumped in.
Okay. And can y'all hear me now? Is it my turn to the microphone correctly?
Yeah, you sound
Okay.
good.
All right. So from my perspective, it's going to be a little bit different. I guess I'm more on the outside looking in, especially from like the educational perspective, but just my own personal perspective of the Bible and the story of Adam and Eve. I do remember hearing that Eve was created from Adam's rib. Is that correct? And
Yeah.
so I kind of get where Isaac is going with this. I don't know if I would necessarily take it so literally as to say that it's a trans woman or if they were human or not, because to me, I can't go that far with the Bible as a text per se. I don't take it literally, and I guess that's how I'm able to navigate and maneuver it. Me being a part of the LBGT myself, I had a lot of qualms with the because I was raised Christian, a Baptist, Southern Baptist. So I had my things where I was questioning it, but you can't question it, and I didn't understand that part either. Like, well, so how did the rest of the people come along? Well, what do you mean they all fit on the ship and they flooded it and this and that? This stuff just didn't make sense to me until I got a little older and was able to question it. And I think now I kind of look back on it as a collection of fables that you're supposed to learn the moral of the story from, and ultimately the difference between right and wrong, and like a guide to life. Kind of like a herd of sheep, and some stray away, but with that fear factor of going to hell or whatever the case might be. And I don't know what we can and can't say here, but they're gonna come back. They have something to hold on to. Some of us are stronger than others, and I've seen people with drug issues and whatnot that have quote unquote found God, and I can see the power or realism in that. And I also, even though I'm not like so per se what I used to be as far as being a Christian is concerned, I still see the power in it, and I still see the good in it and the truth in it. So when I look at a perspective like that, there was a lesson to be learned with Adam and Eve, the apple, her giving it to him, Pandora's box, quote unquote, per se being open, and that whole idea there. And it has a lot of qualms associated with it, and a lot of patriarchy inserted in there as well. So I don't take it so literally to try to figure out or, make it like this thing that we can understand in this day and age. The one conversation I did have with my mother about it was that the Bible was a book written by men for men, especially the King James Version. Now, I know there's some other things that happened beforehand, but it doesn't sound like it's that much different besides the things that they incorporated for power and greed. So with that being said, I don't disagree or agree with it. She can be whatever, they say, because I'm just going to take whatever lesson that I'm supposed to learn from that and, go on about my business. You know what I mean?
No, that makes sense. No, I'm totally with you. I do want to give my opinion on it because I'm mostly in the camp of IG. Now, the terminology, like you said, Retro, the terminology is what the terminology. It really doesn't even matter what we're saying because we're talking about the very first beings who were created supernaturally. So terminology is not really going to fit. We're not going to have anything for that. I mean, because it's like a one-off. But reading chapter 2, verse 21 and 22. When Adam was taken from the rib, like you said, deep sleep fell upon the man. And while he slept, God took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And the rib that the Lord had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. Now, the thing is, like IG said, if Eve was made from Adam's XY genetic material, It would have had the same genetic coding if we're very like literalistic. We're very literal about it. It would have the same genetic material without some kind of intervention, without some kind of supernatural change, which was not spoke of in the scriptures. So that's we would have to suppose, we would have to guess, which is cool. That's what we're doing here today. But if nothing else occurred, Eve would have been a male, would have been male sex, and she would have had both X and Y chromosomes. Now, I'm going to argue against my something I'm going to bring up later. If Eve had a Y chromosome, because again, she was made with the X and Y chromosome material from Adam, but Eve was declared a woman by God in Genesis 2:22. He might have withheld supernaturally, he might have withheld the Y chromosome. Now, I'm going to insert something here, because the only way, and we're not going to talk about this right now, but the only way Jesus was not a woman is if that Y chromosome that he withheld from Adam got deposited back into Jesus. That's the only way Jesus was man. But we're going to talk about that, because otherwise Eve had to be a man. Eve had to be a male because, again, the genetic material used was male. It was replicated from a male, and there was no other, again, only scripture we have. We're going solely by the scripture that we have. Everything had to stay male. Everything had to remain male. So if God converted male chromosomes to female, that would still be, genetically speaking, trans, because that means different or a change, a variant. So that would still be trans by the scientific usage of trans, because like hetero is same, or hetero is different, trans is different, cis is same. Like, so there's different words that mean different things. So trans means to change or different or variant. So by the definition of the word, or the usage, scientific usage of the word trans, it would have had to have been a converting or a change of the genetics from male to female. So there would have had to have been a supernatural transmutation. There would have had to have been something to explain that.
And the reason why I also too, like, even with not just taking things, because I also fuck with root work and hoodoo and Reiki and all of that stuff. And I also see the allegory and the spiritual power within the text, not because of the deity side, but that's another conversation. But when y'all say that, oh yeah, the word is a living word and the word becomes flesh, it's the prophecy. Well, then what do you think trans people are, honey? You promoted at the beginning that a biological male could then instantaneously transmit to women. Now, how does that come forward in the word makes flesh in today's time? Well, you have to, in most states in the United States, you have to be past the age of 18 in order for you to start taking hormones and doing trans therapy. Now, guess what? That 18-year-old has already begun to develop as a biological male at the earliest stage. But within a year or even a few weeks after hormones, you instantly, that trans woman is not going through the cycle of womanhood and pubescent and after puberty and all of that. No, the only way, according to the word of God now, that the word becomes flesh, well, honey, that's what a trans woman is. Think about it. You're starting at womanhood from adult male maturation.
I mean,
now we're talking about two different things now. Because
I mean,
we talk about two different things now. Male and female. Female did not come out of male. It was two different. We're talking about man and woman. Now, woman came out of man, but male and female did not come out of one another. They was two separate.
Wasn't Adam male? Was Adam male?
No. You talking about two different things, though.
No.
I'm asking you a question.
Woman came out of man, right? Woman came out of man, but
male came out of male.
Female, no. They was different. Male and female, according to the word of God, male and female. Let's make man in our own image. He created male and female. Those are two different directions, two different instructions going on when it came to male and female, and then man and woman. Now,
Okay.
IG is arguing with man and woman, so that's what I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick with the man because
No, I'm not just arguing. No. I am not just arguing with man and woman. I am talking about male, female, man, and woman. That's why in the language, what I was just saying, that's why when you notice, and you might not know, when I say male, I am talking about biology. When I say man and woman, I am talking about construct, roles, gender roles. Those are two different things. So, yes, in today's, like, hear what I'm saying, because people what I've been presented that day when they said the Bible is a living word, the word becomes flesh, the word is the prophecy, and it shows up in this world. Okay, then when I read back on the creation of Adam and Eve, and you tell me that God created Adam from the dust of the earth, he wasn't a little boy, but we're not going to get into that, but he's an XY male and a man. So then, from that, right, God didn't take the rib and created a little Eve, a girl who ain't got no hair on her cat. No, he created a full-grown biological female or woman. So when you look at how does that play out in real life today, a biological male can begin transitioning to womanhood and female at the beginning of their adult male maturation. It's a tongue twister. It's a fucking lot. But he can start. So yes, an adult male, that's why we have trans people. We acknowledge them. They've been here. They've been around. So that's why it's going to be the trans woman is just acting out the word of God, because she is only representing the synthetic process of the synthesizing of DNA and hormones that God would have had to exercise, or inspire man to be able to explain how it works in modern times.
So you're saying that we go about modern times, but we don't actually know the information that actually happened back then. So that's when you said we're going about modern times.
Right. But we also do say, as far as the people who do have the belief, that the word does tell you what is going to happen, that the Bible is indeed alive. It speaks through your daily life. These are things and doctrines and things that I've heard when I was in Christianity, when I hear this in Catholicism. It ain't just me, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But ask me this, IG. Let me get to the emphasis, let's get to the core. What the information, let me see, the definition of transgender.
Oh, can I answer this one? That's going to be
for the expert.
Yeah, a person that's born male but lives as a woman.
And what is? Oh, you said say it again, my brother. I'm sorry.
So they were born male. That's their sex. That's the sex that was determined when they came out of their mother. However, their gender, how they live, their experience, their expression, their identity is that of a woman. It aligns with that of a woman.
And it's the same thing for a
trans man?
No, I'm talking about a female.
A female, so she's born, or she comes out of her mother as a female, and her life, her expression, her identity is that of a woman. So she's a cisgender woman because those two things are congruent. That's what the word cis means. Your sex and your gender are congruent. Trans means that your sex and your gender are incongruent, whichever side you're on. So if you were born female and you're trans, you're going to be a trans man. If you were born male and your sex and gender are incongruent, you're going to be a trans woman.
Okay. Do they accept as far as, because you said they don't do that role anymore, correct? What they was born with.
Correct.
Would they have,
Yeah, their sex is not how they live their life.
Okay. Now, was she, do you see any characteristics in Eve as you read it that she's that, or no? Or what?
Well, when you say characteristics, do you mean that
just the definition that you described?
Well, when it's a trans woman, you aren't going to really be able to tell. I mean, they're gonna act like any other woman, right? So,
so they will. Go ahead, Bree. We wanted to ask a question.
No, I was gonna say, according to the definition that Retro just gave, I don't think Eve fits as trans because, like IG pointed out, Eve was created in adulthood. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like Eve didn't have the experience of living life as male or
it's not about
anything else before. Well, I was just like listening to what IG was saying, like, if because of the laws at 18, you can't you become, you're a full grown man, and then you have to start that journey into the transitioning in that same way that like Eve, it was like what IG was saying. And then when you defined it, you're like, well, their lived experience isn't congruent with their sex. If their sex and their gender are congruent, they're cis, and if not, then they're trans. So I would just say, like, from hearing that, it doesn't feel like Eve would fit that, because it's another one of those things, like Rashawn said, she wasn't a product of procreation. So she didn't live any life before she existed as she was. So it just feels like one of those things where there really isn't good language for what she would be, like her experience.
So to expound on that, I'm pretty sure what Isaac is saying is that this is a woman that was a male, that started from or came from XY chromosomes,
right.
which by definition is a trans woman, regardless to which point she transitioned. It technically, even though the doctor is identifying you as a baby, as male, you're trans. But the signs of that are not going to show and develop until you reach the point that your mind is developed enough to identify your gender. But you're trans, even when the doctor is, saying that you're male, you're going to be a woman, but that's not going to be determined until you figure that out. So the fact that Eve didn't have a male or man experience doesn't negate the fact that Eve is a woman that came from a man, or started as XY chromosomes, male. So I think that's by definition what he's getting at, to say this is a male that is, or something that started as male and is now a woman.
Oh, okay. Speaking with
right,
a clone of trans experience.
A clone of
trans, but it's like we don't really have like the word, like,
we don't have
really
language,
because it doesn't. Yeah, it's like not like even trans. Like if you want to say like, oh, every Christian strives to be like perfected. You try to strive for perfection. I guess you could say, well, Eve would be the perfected, experience of that, because as far as like as it stands now, that's just not an obtainable thing. Like you can't, if somehow Eve ended up with XX DNA, how did that happen?
Yeah, I'm with that.
But go ahead, IG. I want to hear more of this.
No, I think Rashawn had somewhere else to go with it or something like that.
No, as far as that, no, I really like where everybody came to it, because I think most of us here in the chat or on the panel all accept this as allegory, and we're just kind of doing it as a thought experiment. Like none of us, I don't think any of us here really believe that God took dust, and so like I don't think anybody's arguing that point. So as a thought experiment, I think we all understand that there is something to God taking male genetic material. Like first, it's strange already that God took dust and made man. Like that's already like that's phenomenal. Yeah. That's crazy. You took dirt like the real Series B said. Like real dust, like taking something inorganic and making it organic, like making breathing life. That's crazy. So why wouldn't God be also able to transmute male to female if he so chose? So I think we're all there on that part.
Right.
But that he did that, we just don't have language for that, because that's not part of our experience. We're trying to replicate that. And I think that's what IG spoke to, where all of our God's ways are so far above our ways. Our versions of transgender or transsexual are far less advanced than God being able to take some genetic material from the man and creating a full reproductive woman from it. Like we're just not on that scope and scale, so we don't have language for it. So I think we can accept that. But I mean, if anybody wants to go somewhere else with it, I don't have anything else on that. I think like that's as far as we can really go with it. But I mean, I'm not trying to stop anybody from talking about it. So,
well, Von Ray, what was, because I just did that because I keep talking. I don't want to just be, but what were you trying to like? I guess what else?
No, you was going by the biological. I understand that, but is there anything that you see that if you would say, you know what, she could have been, even if you read the book of that's an apocrypha too, but the book of Adam and Eve, have you read that and seen that which she was, that it could be showing her those what you're saying that she could be, even
I haven't read that one.
By her characteristics? Did she say anything in there?
In the sense of, it's not about her showing anything versus the description that's used to describe her.
Oh, I can understand that, but like, as he said,
like when I hear that Eve created, Eve was created as woman. One thing that kind of struck out to me, even with both of them, I mean, it's just an opinion when I say this. No wonder parents don't understand their children, because your creator created you as adults, and the first creation never got a chance to be children. You created the first children, but you never had the chance to become children. So when I kind of look at it, it was just like, well, wait a minute, there's something within like my spirit that like this is unnatural. When I think about things that are part of nature and that happens through natural, I was like, no, because dealing with that whole, your homosexuality is unnatural and stuff like that. And I really got to get into these words within myself. And then I'm looking at this too, like, well, wait a minute. I don't have to do anything to love another male, but that's far-fetched. But then you telling me I think it's ridiculous as a man, because I know that I can't exist without male and female. But damn, the first woman came from all male. Like it's just something within my spirit that led me to research and think about it a little bit more deeply. I was like, well, no, this is how it comes to pass. And I'm gonna say this too. The reason why I go there with it, because even with me being outside of faith, once being in it, I know that stuff is happening in the Bible now today, not because I am just so spiritually bound to it. I understand that the people who also instituted and roamed the world determine what your environment and laws will be for only the last 900. I'm being sarcastic while saying only the last 900 years. So when I read stuff like that, I understand it isn't just because of divinity alone why certain things are happening the way that it is according to the Bible. No, remember, it's a compilation of books, composition of many different books of different parts of history and time. So there's going to be things that whoever is putting together the composition and is determining the law and the institution. Well, of course, they can always seem like they're a few steps ahead when they are.
And I think I also get the perspective that, like, okay, if we're supposed to be taking this so literally, then that would mean that Eve came from a male or started as a male. So I kind of get where he's going with that. What are we taking literally? What are we not? Are we just cherry picking the parts we understand or can make sense of, or that we like, or that don't necessarily condemn us? So I get that part. And then also, if we're taking it literally, did the animals come first, or did the Adam and Eve come first? And not even that makes so much of a difference. But what about seahorses and asexual animals and plants and different things that don't need a male and female, or switch gender roles? The male seahorse absorbs the babies into his body and carries the babies while the mother is elsewhere. So how did God make that happen for them, but only that certain species? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you said. I see the argument when it comes to biological, but actually, this, just like you said, as far as the definition, you still have to see how the person is on the inside, where that characteristic is going. So, because they making this argument on Capitol Hill, I seen an argument they was making as far as, I think you said at IG, you supposed to take the hormone pills. You got to wait until you're 18.
Yeah, you have to wait until you're 18.
Okay, so but they tell me, because you can pull up Ron Paul making an argument to the administration about kids taking it is very young, before 18.
That's puberty blockers. They're basically trying to catch the trans child or trans youth at a
Uh-huh.
point where they give them hormone therapy to block the puberty process so that they don't develop the secondary pubescent features. Uh,
Okay.
like how with men your hands and feet and head swell up, and with
Right.
women, they begin to get more voluptuous.
So
Okay,
what age do they do that at?
puberty.
Okay, puberty. Okay, let's go there. So where is all the signs that when they see that, to make a determination that they need to, do what you just described?
So with trans children, they're a little bit different than other kids, and that's because of that incongruence of their sex and gender. Their
Mhm.
mind and their maturity level and things like that are a little bit different. They've got something else bothering them besides the toys and their friends and stuff. So if they feel like they're a girl, okay, and they're identifying with these feminine things that are against the social constructs,
Right.
that right there is going to snap their brain in a
Mhm.
little bit different way. It's going to activate your brain in a little bit different way. And you will be able to express your desires and your preferences to express and identify as the opposite gender. Oftentimes, this happens as a child and they're redirected, especially in a certain demographic or community.
Mhm.
No, this is for boys. No, this is for girls when they're telling you,
Right.
this is what I like. And it doesn't always mean that they're trans, but it's something to look into and to listen to them and let them tell you who they are and how they feel, and
Mhm.
let that process be natural, and also get a medical professional involved who
Mhm.
can do some tests, do some psychological and psychiatric evaluation of the situation, because it's not just that easy. Oh, I feel like a boy. Okay, let's transition. It takes time. It takes a lot of study and monitoring very closely when you're talking about a child that's before puberty, approaching puberty.
Okay. So now, this is the reason. This is the argument that, okay, I see. So that's the reason. One of the reasons that IG is making his argument, because when it comes to Adam and Eve. Okay. Okay. I can see. So
Mhm.
because you're saying basically what you're saying about that happening, that could spark a characteristic for a child to. Oh, okay. Okay. So, but how long because you said you have to monitor it closely. How long does that process does that take?
So usually, when you can ask a child, um, do you want a boy or a girl's Happy Meal?
Mhm.
And they say, I want the princess, I want the girl, I want Princess Peach, or they
Mhm.
want this or that. This is the first sign. You're like, oh, okay, all right. You give them what they want, and let them. If they say, I want this, well, what do you want to wear? Well, what Halloween costume do you want to wear? Different things are gonna display this, and this is at very young age, because when it comes to psychological, children are kind of like out of it, kind of drunk. They're not even really present until they hit a certain age, and then they're like, no, mine, leave me alone. They start saying stuff and they start to develop the idiom, the id, the ego. When a
Mhm.
child's mind is developing at that point, that's when gender is starting to reveal itself. The chromosomes and the hormone wash, all that has been there since utero.
Mhm.
However, as the brain develops and they begin to develop their personality and their preferences and identity and expression, that's when you're going to see these signs that your child is a little bit different, and not just he's going to be sweet.
So this is just the part when, especially a lot of arguing when they say um, they they was born this way, because that's a big argument. No, they wasn't born this way, or yes, they was born this way. Is this the reason why the argument comes up a lot?
That yes, yes. A lot of people don't believe
Mhm.
that children know at that age, or they're not educated enough in psychology to know when the brain develops enough to identify gender. And
Mhm.
then on top of that, sexuality, all that is there as well. It's to me, it's in your chromosomes, it's in your hormones, and it's a part of when you have the hormone wash. There's two hormone washes in utero, okay, and that's when It becomes male or female, X and Y chromosome. That's when all that stuff is happening. And when that's brewing and mixing together, that stuff isn't aligned. Just like your eyes being blue or brown, or your lips being big or small, and your nose. Okay, your sexuality and gender are in there too. However, your brain has to develop enough for you to actually show those characteristics.
Oh, okay.
That's why people say, I've always been gay. I've always felt like a girl. However, they might have been redirected at a point in time in their life, and everyone around them doesn't understand that there's something that they're hiding about their true self. So it's like, no, I knew you as a boy. You've always been this, this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, but I was putting on a mask to fit into society, to not put my support system at risk, not be ostracized by my family or what, because it's not safe for people to express their sexuality or gender in certain demographics.
Right.
So that's when you get people saying, well, this was me the whole time. I just didn't know how to say it, or I didn't feel safe doing so.
Oh, okay. And the
All right,
argument, that's why y'all go to that argument as far as Adam and Eve, because even when y'all use that within the biological laws, y'all can show, well, look at this right here, which is possibility as far as trans and what it is today. It could happen. It could happen.
Exactly, or by him saying that this is the living word, this is this.
Right.
If this, we're taking this literally,
Right.
then if this is the living word, this is a male this is a woman that came from a male, which would be trans.
Right, and it's not, I did it just particularly to argue for or against the existence of trans. I see that, well, I can see where the spirit going from the allegorical part and dealing with vibration and sound, well, all those things that are not as though they were. In the Bible, there are millions of people who believe this, by the way. So you don't think that couldn't have manifested what all over the earth? That why we have always had trans people, why we've always had that, that's the spiritual side of it too, just going down that road on my part of it. So it's kind of like I find it interesting that people who have that belief, but they can't accept a trans person, but they can't accept the first pussy was made from all dick derived ingredients.
But you said spiritual. Can you expand on that? The spiritual part.
Well, spiritual part is just, spirituality isn't a thing that's linked to a necessary doctoral text. There's ritualism. What I deal with a lot of Reiki, hoodoo type of ritualism, chakra magic, chakra type of beliefs, Southeast Asian. I'm a gumbo, you heard me, of a lot of different spiritual systems that resonate naturally with my spirit. So I know that, because see, I don't just throw the Bible away in the sense of not using it for the powerful magic that it is. But I also understand that it's not just magical as it is political, as it is logistical. So when I say spiritually and you deal with those vibrations, you're speaking that into the earth. People have been saying, I hear it all the time, you my rib, niggas in church, and in the black church, you my rib. And I'm like, God, that sounds so degrading. But anyway, it's like, I see it and it's like, well, okay, then what does it mean then when a male becomes female? Why should it matter that you should accept a trans woman when you're okay with everything else being male starting in creation? I don't get it. If a male created the first woman, then a male can't embody the expression of what the God of his gender say he created.
Wait a minute, say that again.
I think that's because what's inferred from that whole story, I think, of the Eve being created. Like when, like we're talking about how the general person is taught and understands the creation story. When you're talking about the whole purpose of Eve being made, I mean, to me, it just sounds like Adam basically wanted to fuck off, like with the animals. He's like, well, they have somebody to screw and lay up with. Why don't I? And so then she was kind of created from there. I mean, if you really just look at it for what it says, now I'm not saying that that's the whole point, but if she wasn't a part of the original plan, if she wasn't gonna be there, Like God fully intended Adam to just be this garden worker. Great. He's amazing. He's going to take care of the animals
Slave.
and take care of the garden. Right. He created him as this worker, basically.
Slave.
And Adam requested. Now, of course, we're not going to get into the semantics. Of course, it said, well, in Genesis 1, it says he made them both male and female. Like he had already created male and female, maybe. But then you get to this other story where it's like the female wasn't there because Adam requested one. So there's already that confusion.
Right.
And then, like, so if you understand it from that way, it's like, well, yeah, Adam just wanted, he saw the animals laid up with they boo and he wanted one too. So then, of course, you know, most men, you know, if you're being told that women pretty much only exist for your pleasure, I mean, that's how we get to that conclusion. Like I just saying, like, oh, you're my real, it is this. You're simply here for my pleasure so that I can be fruitful and multiply. And because I wanted somebody to lay around with and screw because the animals had one. I mean, the way the story is taught generally, that would be the conclusion that one would come to.
Well, the conclusion of what conclusion as far as trans?
The purpose of like I'm just speaking on the fact of like what they're saying, like because of how it's taught. How women are treated, how women have been in the hierarchy of society, how we landed where we have found ourselves for a long time. This is how we landed here. Because if you look at the creation story, what was the whole point of Eve? She wasn't in God's blueprint. He had no intention on putting her ass in the garden.
Yes.
He didn't. He didn't. Adam requested it. So that's how we end up. I just wanted to point out that.
You said Adam requested.
I'm saying, think about how the average person interprets the story of Genesis when they hear it. Eve was not there. Adam said, all the animals I'm taking care of have someone with them. They have a partner. I don't.
Yeah, but he didn't request it. He probably didn't want to.
Right, but he pointed out, he made an observation. Maybe he didn't know God could do that.
I'm gonna find it. There was something in there.
That was the solution to his observation and complaints.
That was basically, as far as removed as I am from it, that was basically what the gist of what I got. She was there. She was created to keep him company. That's his.
Right.
Well, he did say help me, so he did say help me. So I understand that, but
that's why she's in a submissive,
right.
But again, and Bree, and I love the point that you made, girl, because this is the thing too. The observation he made too, he noticed, wait a minute. And even with me being a homosexual and same gender loving man, when it comes to procreation, right? And since you know, he saw the animals, he didn't see two balls rubbing together. So an observation had to be made. He wanted to mimic the sexual behavior of the animals. So he then took, now these other, we don't really see, you know, about the creation of animals. He just made them male and female, you know, equally from the same thing. But when it came to humanoids, the species of humanoid,
male and female, he could have
right. Yeah, but hold on, but the only difference when it comes to the creation of the humanoid species, it wasn't a snap or an equally made just as created. No, you were siphoned through XY chromosomal genetic RNA material, because you're talking about getting it for the rib, and then you were then formed from that. Now it makes sense, like Bree said, we do share some same similarities as being part of the same species. I just think that the way that science works and how we explain how women pass down mostly the mitochondrial DNA and more of the chromosomes in a sense, it just makes you know, it's just like, okay, well, I don't know. I would have to still see it as
like how,
and that always bothered me just as much as the homosexuality, because I love women. I'm very connected to feminine. I love women. And I just, when I see things the way that women were treated, just because I didn't want to have sex with women, don't mean I don't need them or connected to them. I saw how that shit was in that book, and I was like, ugh, this don't even go against this goes against nature. Because what you're saying about me is a lie as another male. So you doing this to me as another male as the part of the patriarch, which I lose that for being gay. But damn, if I'm experiencing this as the same gender loving, I see how you do the biological female or the feminine presenting beings of the planet. And I see like, well, goddamn, I might have a high pitched voice and be feminine, but as far as everyone concerned, I'm XY. That'll get me in spaces simply because of that, more than a more qualified biological grown XXY woman.
And two things that I had a question, just curiosity about in general that are still kind of on topic, but a little bit different. One is how every fetus starts as female, XX, and there has to be that hormone wash to incorporate the Y. So in all actuality, if you don't have the special instance or case where the Y chromosome is part of that, it's always female. So female seems to, why do we have all this maleness when everything really starts as a female? That's number one. And then the other thing that's kind of funny, why do men have nipples if they don't breastfeed?
Useless nipples. Hate your useless nipples.
Oh shoot!
So wait a minute, that's interesting. That's
still good to me.
I
use mine. Hey, let me show you.
I was gonna say that, like, in my mind, the only thing that I've always thought that made sense was possibly like, you know, now I'm not saying this is literal, but if somehow whatever Adam was made up of from the dust of the earth is somehow the Y and the God chromosome is X, I mean, that would be the only thing that makes sense, which still would mean that somehow the female XX is the superior
is God.
Wait, run that back. Run that back. You said the chromosome was the Y. You said the God chromosome was the Y.
We know that we need two. We got the XX or the XY. If Adam was created from the earth and has the Y,
okay,
and Eve
we're the
was
Y.
created,
we're the reason. We're the Y.
Right.
The reason.
Okay. So that's cute. Y'all came from the earth and y'all had the Y. Okay.
We're the Y.
Now, when she was created, she didn't come out the earth. So let's just say she got that little piece of rib.
She has
right.
No
she got that piece of rib, and God breathed into her, which would be the X.
Well, he didn't.
And that's why she got the. Well, that's why she got the two X's.
Well, he didn't breathe into her.
He made her come alive. He made her turn on. Okay, he put the power button on.
Okay.
All right. The pilot arrived in the spaceship to drive the Eve robots. Okay. That would make sense why she got the XX. I'm just saying, if the XX is the one with all the keys, then that's why she got the two X's. She didn't get the Y.
She got the X from Adam.
She got the X. Well, Adam had an X and Adam had a Y.
Okay. Okay.
Eve had an X, which she probably could have got from Adam because she wasn't born from Adam.
Right.
She got the X from him, and then she got an extra X.
She got an extra X. So what about the extra X comes from the power that Arshawn was leading to?
Well, she got one X from Adam, and she got one X from the power up, just like Adam got his X from the power up.
Okay. So she got an extra X from the power.
The X comes from the power.
I thought you said she had an extra one.
She has two.
Okay. She has two.
One came from Adam's DNA because she didn't get the Y. Let's just say she got the X.
Okay.
And then the other X, the power up is an X. The
both,
guy breathed is an X.
From the power. Both of them come from the power.
Okay, so the guy breathed is the X.
You know, I'm starting to come to a new epiphany here.
Right.
Now, I think that they're tricking us here. I think that there's something. Somebody lying because now if every fetus starts as a female and men have nipples, that's probably why men have nipples, because they started as a female, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
The reason why men and women's chests are different is because of the fat distribution, and that has to do with the estrogen or the testosterone. The nuts drop when the Y chromosome comes, right? But he still got those nipples because he was originally a female in the womb.
Okay, I don't think they don't have the two X's. I think they are
two X's. You got half
even
of
in their
general.
I'm just reiterating for people listening, like, just so people hear it, don't think that men start off with XX. They start off with XY, but they're in a female, like they're kind of in this neutral, mostly female state until the wash comes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So they don't have none When they're in the womb, they don't have none.
No, they have they chromosomes. You're gonna have that.
Okay.
Like, but the state of a fetus is like generally like they're saying you're female.
Oh,
the wash happens.
the state of the feet. What does what does that mean?
Like a fetus don't have a penis.
The male sex organs have not grown or expanded into
Okay.
the form that we know them
None
as.
of that.
The nigga nuts ain't dry.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
They ain't there basically.
So by that, like he said, the nuts didn't drop. Okay.
You loaded up to
is that the reason why you say start off as a female?
It's not really it's just like that's kind of when you start talking about intersex, that's
we start from the same material. We start from the same starting point.
Okay.
And we split
Well,
off.
that's why I'm clarifying because I
Depending
think
on how
people
the
would hear
hormones,
that.
depending
I think
on
people
how the
would
hormones
hear
kick
that.
in,
Yeah.
we go two different ways.
But I think people would hear that and think that what he's saying is y'all are literally have like ovaries and a uterus and like
Right. That's why. He said that's why I was saying when the brother.
Yeah. No. I'm just not the ovaries, but the nipples.
The nipples.
Yeah.
The nipples. Men have these nipples.
But when Adam had nipples first, though, right?
That's what I'm saying. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Listen, that's why I'm saying somebody lied. But here's a sign. Here's something that's pointing us toward the truth. Mother Nature.
If he was created before her, would he had the nipples before?
No, because he wasn't born. He was made. He wouldn't have needed
nipples.
Right,
that's what I'm saying. What his nipples? What did he have nipples made though? Right or no?
Why would God make? Why would God make nipples? Like I said, our nipples coming from the embryo. Our nipples coming from the same genetic material. He was created from dust, so he might have had dustles, but he wouldn't have had.
He might have been the true.
And he didn't have a belly button.
He might have had dust nipples. He
might have been the true flat.
Little pebbles.
Yeah, he was the true flat
right there.
Flat chest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I honestly, quiet as it's kept, I don't really even think like even though I said he wanted somebody to be up under, I don't even know if sex was even really what they was doing.
Now that's where I want to go.
I'm about to say I don't even think before the fall they was really out here really bumping uglies like that.
But see, that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to take it there because I did some research on that a while back. Everybody has this feeling about everybody has an idea of what help me means, right?
Yeah.
Everybody up here.
Yeah.
What would everybody like quick one or a couple sentences, like 30 seconds or less? Everybody like starting from Bree and going around to Retro. What would a help meet be in your opinion? I have somewhere I'm going with this. But what does it help me?
I don't even know really, honestly, truly what it helped me. So I'm just gonna always go like how I like to have fun with words and say help me, like meat. He trying to get off.
That meat.
Help me.
That meat.
Help me.
Help that meat.
My ejaculation quota. That's how y'all be talking.
Okay.
So let's just go with that's what I think how people interpret it.
Right. What about you, IG?
I think just in the context that I was introduced to it, I see it as a woman being in the position behind next to her husband and playing the roles, and her supposed to, help Adam in whatever he needs to do or wants to do. She is there for his disposal to be of help to, him.
So when you say be of his disposal, like what does that mean?
I mean, in a sense, it wasn't like it's in the scripture. Oh, well, she was created with this divine purpose in the beginning. No, it was just, you were meant to be a helpmeet. And then after the fall, which they get to the scripture of the punishment of Eve taking the apple is why you endure child labor and pain according to the Bible, and why there's amity between you and Adam, because it's a consequence. He your creator put. No wonder, heterosexuals often have problems because, it's divinely inspired that amenity was put between y'all as a consequence of Eve's sin.
Okay. What about you, Vonette? What do you think a help me is?
I think he's muted. Retro, I think you muted.
Nah, you Von Air.
Yeah.
Oh, Von Air? Oh.
Yeah.
I think help. And that's a broad word. I think help is to help in any means. I don't know if I should say help to meet any means that's necessary on earth.
Okay.
And when I say any, that's a broad because God didn't define it. So it could be. I mean, some people look at it. She helped him go right into sin. That was part of the help meet. So I mean, it gets a broad. That's a broad word that can carry many definitions. So
okay, yeah. This is all personal. This is all personal. What your personal opinion is on this. Ain't no right or wrong. Right. What about you, Retro? What about you?
I'm thinking it's synonymous with help mate, which would mean that they're just there to help. But yeah, there were no like bounds or anything on that. So it could be, help around the house, help in the bedroom, help anything.
Okay. So I'm about to take this another step towards depravity. Forgive me, dear Christians who are in the chat. Let me greet a couple people that came in before I take this step. Ty Libra's in the building. Hello. Good to see you, Ty Libra. Let's talk the better black life is in the building, man. Appreciate you for coming through. And yes, since I can't seem to quit, since I can't quit you, I got to give you your wrenches back. And Vaughn Bryan is in the building. Hello. So let me take this one more step towards depravity, because help me. In the Bible, Genesis chapter 2, verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle and to the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found any helpmeet. They were holding auditions. They were out here doing the Bachelor for Adam, running through animals, running through the beasts, running through the fowl. They were out here running through the A is for aardvark, and B is for bear, C is for cow, D is for dog. They were running through the animals looking for a helpmeet for Adam, but nobody was good enough. None of the animals were good enough mates. So in my step to depravity, because we know what our helpmeets are for. We know what our helpmeets. The cooking, she got to be able to wash these dishes. She got to be able to make me a sandwich, and she better be able to suck some. So I'm just saying, if what we're talking about helpmeets are, Adam was out here going through the Bachelor with these animals. So I want to know what y'all think. That Adam was out here before he got a woman, was out here with these animals. I mean, that's in the Bible.
For me, I don't necessarily think that smashing as we know it was a part of the OG story before the fall. I think that's part of the knowledge of good and evil. I really do. Therefore, the procreation being a punishment, the procreation being painful makes more sense, because I don't think she was ever meant to push no big head babies through that snatch. If she even had it. I don't know if that was a part of the equation. I'm just not. If God was just out here snapping animals into existence and people,
try this.
Yeah, I maybe help me was just like kicking it, or help me carry this shit from this side of the garden to the other fucking side of the garden. I don't know. I like to think it was smashing, but he could have been smashing animals. Men smash animals.
They still do it.
They still be doing it. So I mean, that's also not a far fetch for me that the original man would be out here just putting his penis in anything that it fitted.
I know that I've heard from other men that from heterosexual men, that a goat or something's private area looks just a sheep or something.
I heard it was sheep.
A female woman's genitalia, and I was like, wow.
I mean, God like sheep. David was a shepherd.
They sacrificed a lot of sheep to God.
Jesus would go back for the last lost sheep.
Wait a minute, Bree.
I'm just saying, God liked the sheep. I'm just saying.
So
Jesus was the shepherd.
He was he was the lamb.
Okay, hold up.
And he was the lamb. He was the top and the bottom.
Okay, I got you.
He's
So
all
let's-
he's
let's-
all
let's
of
explain
all
about
of
it.
this.
Okay,
He's all things to all mankind.
I got it. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's make this.
Oh, I fuck with you, Bree. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Bree. That's because I was that
Oh,
first
shit.
you was on point. So let's go with this sheep. Let's go with this sheep thing. Let's go with the sheep. And since IG brought up sheep and brought this up, let's go. Okay. Now, are you saying to fit what Arshawn is saying? Are you saying that it's a possibility that God brought the sheep and see if he hooked the sheep up with Adam?
No, what I'm saying is I don't actually think that the original people in the garden was out here smashing at all.
I got you on that, but you
I think that was part of
right.
No,
That's a perfect. I love that. That's why I'm behind you.
but
on that.
I mean, even if they were,
right,
it's not. It changes nothing about who I am and what I
That's
believe.
true.
If
That's-
Adam was out here fucking off on sheep,
That's the hey, I got you. That first part, I got you. I just wanted to expand on your because you said you just saying.
I know how men get what they. Just imagine how curious Adam and Eve was. You don't think
because
without societal structures telling him this is bad, you can't do this, it's not okay. You mean to tell me a full-grown man who didn't go through childhood, and if he really did have a penis, wasn't out here trying to figure out what it's supposed to go in?
I got you. He probably did, especially if he didn't know the right definition. So
Yeah.
I got you. And if God didn't expand on the definition, so I hear your argument. I just wanted to see if you saying is God hook him up though, because y'all went with David and all these sheep. So I'm like saying that God.
Well, that's what Rashawn said. He said they was running the Bachelor over here. They was running the Garden Bachelor.
Okay, Sean, you got to explain on that, Sean. Did God hook? Are you saying God hooked them up or tried to hook them up? I just wanted to expand on this.
Listen, let me read the Bible. Because see, to me, my words are limited. My words are like trash. My righteousness is as a filthy rag compared to the Bible. So let me read directly from the King James, starting in verse 18 of chapter 2.
Okay.
And the Lord God said, "It is not good that man should be alone. This nigga can't be single. I will make a helpmeet for him.
Okay.
All right. And out of the ground, very next verse, chapter 9, verse 19. And out of the ground. Okay, listen, hold up. I will make a helpmeet for him.
Okay.
Then out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field. So why would you go straight from, I need to make this nigga a mate, and then let me start making animals? That's what the Bible says. So he made every beast of the field, every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam. Now this is the Bachelor. Brought them. Let's bring them before me. So he parades them around in their little pretty dresses, or what is it? As they do their wave, they do the pageant wave.
He dressed them up and dresses the animal.
Listen, the goat does the pageant wave and says, "I'm from Utah," and the other one comes and does the pageant. "I'm from Kentucky." They all did their little pageant wave, and God said, brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them.
Right.
And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name.
Okay.
Verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle.
Right.
To the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam was not found a helpmeet. So after none of the animals were good enough for Adam, because he has distinguished taste. This is a man who has a very refined palate for his punani. So God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him.
Right.
And he slept. And he took one of his ribs. He's like, ain't nobody else good enough for you. The only person that's going to be good enough for you is you.
So Adam was a narcissist?
He was a little bit of narc. He had a little bit of narc. Ain't nobody good enough for me but me. So God was like, okay, I see that. He's a narc. I'm going to take a bit of him and just make another him with a vagina. With a vagina.
Okay. So do you believe? Let's go back because we here with the woman. So I want to go before that when you say he was bringing the animal. Why
that's what the Bible says that.
I got you, brother. I got you. I got you. All right. I just want to. I'm saying is because, like Bree said, Adam is a narcissist, and you said he wanted something like himself. So why didn't he pick the sheep?
The sheep ain't like him.
He didn't pick him. Yeah.
Okay, so that means so we out as far as having sex with the animals then, because he didn't pick the animal because he's a narcissist.
But
Yeah,
he
we don't know what the
But that don't mean the nigga. But hold on. But that don't mean the nigga didn't knock it and tried it before he found it. It wasn't him.
Here you go.
We don't know the tryouts. We don't know what the casting couch was.
That's why he weren't a suitable mate. He found out, okay, I tried that. I'm sure you as a heterosexual man, you be like, man, look, I don't even want to think about no gay shit. Hell, if I try it, ain't nothing gonna happen. I had a lip dick. No, so he probably like, wait a minute. I see how Mufasa is pumping Sarabi, but I can't do Sarabi like that. I need something that kind of,
IG, okay, let's expand on what you're saying, because you know what, you about to fight in here. So
see,
and listen, me sitting here thinking about Adam, like, well, that sheep pussy was pretty good, but
right.
But he probably couldn't have a conversation. But he couldn't have a conversation with
you. Couldn't talk to him.
Okay. So you're saying, wait a minute, who couldn't have a conversation?
Adam.
With who?
The sheep.
Probably couldn't.
Oh, okay.
He probably liked the coochie, but it wasn't enough.
So y'all saying
the Bible? This is the Bible. This ain't us.
Time in the garden.
It's the Bible.
I know what the Bible said, but we going deeper. we going deeper.
What was Adam? Oh, was Adam?
We going to details.
Adam was going to details.
You say Adam
was in them details.
Yeah, Adam was in.
So y'all saying, according to what you reading and y'all interpreting,
now we just making this up now.
He had sex with the sheep, but decided he didn't like it because the sheep couldn't talk.
We don't know this.
We don't know why it just wasn't good enough.
Because let's just say the sheep probably could talk. Because remember, the serpent talk.
Yeah, they might
have been talking.
Okay,
but the serpent ain't got no good vagina.
Well,
but so
and you definitely not about to put nothing in that serpent's mouth. You definitely ain't about to put nothing in that serpent's mouth.
But it sounds like the serpent might have had.
No. I'm not saying he would have had sex with the serpent. I'm just saying the serpent talked. So the animals probably could have talked. Yeah. So the animals could have talked. So why didn't he stay? So why didn't he stay with the sheep? Is what?
Maybe it wasn't good conversation. Maybe the conversation wasn't that good.
Okay. The conversation might have been bad.
But the coochie was good.
You know how y'all men are. That's kind of, I mean, based off honestly the experience of men and hearing most of y'all talk, and I'm just like, you know what, this don't feel like too far fetched. Adam, y'all are OG daddy. Some of y'all, y'all be like, you know what, the perfect woman would be. I mean, we going back to this story.
Yeah, it's the living word.
If that's the case, that takes away from your point that you were saying they wasn't bumping and grinding.
No, I say I do feel like there's a part of me that feels like the knowledge of good and evil. Some part of that require more settled binary male and female as we exist now. Like I do think part of the good and evil system, which is like a very binary good, evil, like opposites kind of existence, is more what is responsible for how we exist now as male and female, like when we're born in the body with genitals, like, and reproductive organs. Like, honestly, truly, I feel like that is somehow linked to the entering into the contract of good and knowing good and evil, because I don't think spirits have gender. I don't think God is really a man. I don't think that. So it doesn't make sense to me that
I think it matches up, because it says that when he had Seth, then it says then he had sons and daughters.
And that was like after the fall.
Right, after then sons and daughters.
Yeah, they wasn't having babies till after the fall. So
yeah. And nor were women cursed to go through pain and child rearing when having birth either.
Right.
That was part of the consequence, like women having to endure the pain and child rearing and stuff like that. So I mean, I agree with Bree. I do see that.
I see that before too. Yeah, I see that's the number one thing. I'm still trying to see your argument as far as y'all making, as far as that Sean, as far as the animals.
It's either Adam didn't have genitals and nobody had
Which might be
genitals because
possible.
procreation wasn't part of the plan,
Right.
or he had genitals. And if Adam had genitals, you best believe he was sticking it in whatever moved, trying to figure out
That's why
where
God
it's
said
supposed to go.
it's not good for man to be. Man, Adam could have been down there abusing his Peter Whacker so bad that God might have said, "Wait, this nigga is masturbating himself to death." Like it's reasons, you know what I'm saying, to where, you know, like being partly facetious, to where, like Bree says, though, I do kind of agree, though. That's kind of how I also do see it too. That's why help meet, I went, you know, straight Old Testament. You heard me? Like, well, that's what I first heard of old, you know, help meet, how I see is worked out in Piarchy society and everything. That sounds about what they meant.
Now, real quick, I just want to explain to Retro why you say Piarchy. Now, Retro, I said over here, I'm patriarchy friendly. So the only words you're not allowed to denigrate is patriarchy. So IG has been consistent and will not say patriarchy when he's over here. I appreciate it. It's hilarious. I love it. But it's
I was wondering if that was what buzzword or something. I'm like, are we gonna get bananas?
So I did want to tell you, know, there are no words banned over here. Like even the ones that people typically ban over here. The only one I will not allow typically on this stream is the FAG word, because I've literally seen a stream get stopped. Like I've seen it, the stream got deleted because somebody said it. But any everybody's like real skittish about like the R word and abortion and like other. There's a whole. I don't really care. But I went through the terms of service and community guidelines. I couldn't find anything to back that up. But I saw a stream get stopped the moment somebody said the FA. It was like 30 seconds. It was like 30 seconds after the dude said it. He said it about me, and then it was like not long after that, stream was gone. So
I play it safe and just try to keep it politically correct. But you know what? I wanted to circle back around to this whole thing with the male coming from the female, because I think Mother Nature, personally, my personal spiritual beliefs and things of the sort, once I left Christianity or like loosened my hold on it, was that Mother Nature was God, and maybe karma was like a side spiritual being that's also controlling what's going on. And now that we had this whole discussion about nipples, I'm thinking that maybe this story was taken from the reality that maybe God is a woman and the female is the image of God, and men are a subset of that. Because again, men have these unnecessary nipples, and you only become a male with a special instance with this Y chromosome. Otherwise, the nuts don't drop, which would mean that you would be female. So I'm wondering if it started with Mother Nature, which would make more sense with all the other beings and beasts on this earth that have been created and all the variations in that. It seems like there's somebody else in charge, not just a man. And it seems like that principal idea was taken and kind of repackaged for Piarchy, if you know what I mean.
PR team of Piarchy.
The Proverbs, the female spirit in Proverbs was there before the foundation of the earth.
Well, I know you say like wisdom. I mean, in Gnostic texts, you would say that's Sophia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like, but for me, even
Sophia, okay, now that makes sense.
In Gnostic texts, but for me, I've always said that I think the female deity that exists is the earth.
Mm-hmm.
I think the earth is the female.
I think that's the offspring.
Yeah,
I think the earth is the offspring of the female deity. I just think the female deity was with him and was with him. I think that she spoke all through the Bible, and I think she was with him with the foundation of the earth, like I said.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In the Old Testament, oh help me, didn't God said that he created man to go subdue the earth? Which
male and female.
Male and female, but was the concept for male and female? Help me, because it's been a while since
it was male and female. He said to multiply
male and female to go.
No, that was like Adam's mission. Adam.
No, it was male. It was male and female. He said multiply.
No.
No, not be fruitful and multiply,
No,
but subdue the earth.
That's two different things. Yeah, no, I get being fruitful and multiply is different. I believe in the text, it was a direct for you to go and subdue Mother Earth. And it would make sense because a patriarchal God who puts women in Syria, that's why the earth is in the condition of what it is now for those where that type of spell work and ritualism is running the world. That's why we have that, because the male deity is going against Mother Nature because he has been instructed to subdue, not coexist, not cohabitate, not respect. Subdue is a dominant chain of thing, which
it was both of them.
Right, it was both of them. That's what I said, both of them. So,
the human race that he made,
right? The reason why I say that, because in Revelation, look what the Spirit goes in. That Spirit and the earth opens up, and the Spirit goes in the earth. So that's why I say she's always been through the foundation.
But I think
But see what? But here's the thing, I agree with you. But in the context of when we having this conversation and how everyone else is understanding, that's not how they are taught to understand.
Right.
Exactly. I understand that, IG. That I understand, but we have to look at the total thing, because we only taught, like you said, we only taught a certain way. And I think that's where the confusion is.
Well, no, it's not.
People are taught a certain way due to, like you said earlier, due to social construct that they live in. They are taught a certain way. I had to come out of that.
Right, like, but we're not having it. We don't. But the conversation is from the general, because we're talking about society, gender, how people understand gender. So you have to have the conversation from the realm of what is the general belief of society. Because if we start having a conversation, well, this is what I believe, we can't actually make commentary on how society got weird.
But you don't know that. We don't know that. You don't know.
No, we do know. We actually do know.
Okay, show me the thing that they took as far as what you're speaking of. Because it's different sectors within the Christian faith. So they all do not believe in the same thing.
But here's the thing, what we do know, right? But even with me knowing, because I get into those conversations, and I would love to have that type of conversation with you on another channel. But here's you know,
we can have it on this channel.
But for what we're having today, because I understand about there's nothing accident. But here's the thing, even when I step outside of that, I know that how I'm going to have to function, not just me, the general public around me, and the way that the laws and the politics and the gender roles and how everything functions, regardless of how I feel, every knee shall bow, every tongue will confess. Okay. And that is the truth of it. And I'm a heathen because I live in America where those who instituted my 1611 are indeed the one controlling that. So it doesn't matter if I spiritually, divinely believe in thus says the Lord Jesus Christ, but I definitely believe in thus says the Lord of the taxes of thy God, of who presented what we're talking about. It's not going to just be based off of how I feel, regardless of how I feel personally. I don't get to escape the way that we're having the context of the conversation with all of the hoodoo, spiritual Reiki, even with that stuff. That does not apply to how I would have to genuinely function and have this conversation outside of my everyday today. You get what I'm saying? It's not just because I'm saying, because from your perspective of the angle that you're coming from, the shit about what hoodoo and Reiki work and ancestry and all that, people are like, bitch, what are you talking about? What is this, charmed? You know what I'm saying? It would still be that's outside of the general understanding of what most people's spiritual system is and how it's presented.
But let me ask you this.
Hey, Von, real quick, before you do that, respond. The patriarchy about to come back. I got to bring the patriarchy back. Because I tried to walk off, and then I heard Bree and IG try to jump on Von there talking about what he couldn't talk about. He could talk about whatever he wanted to talk about from whatever perspective he wanted to talk about it from.
Right. That's why I was.
Yeah, so you literally said no, we can't do that. And I'm like, no,
Right.
he can talk about
No,
whatever you
I
want to
didn't
talk
say
about.
no, he couldn't talk. I said that no, when I made the statement that we were commenting on how the average person has been taught the creation story. And he
We
was
like that.
like, well, I said, no, I absolutely can say that I know how the average person is taught the Bible story. That's the only
No,
thing I
but
said
no,
with
but
the
you
beginning.
said I
That's not what y'all said. That's
Yeah,
not
that's
what the
not what
word
you
said.
said.
Y'all's intent,
You said
and what came out your
right.
mouth was different.
You and IG
Yeah, because I was saying
because I'm saying is what we need that conversation because IG, what you just said, as far as everybody believing in one thing, those conversations should come out because your study that you just said that you know a lot, you studied and went into details. These type of conversations should come in. Why we sit up here and talk about and go with the general public or political? That's the norm. How you going to get the full understanding if you just stick within that?
Because the point of the conversation that
Right.
we were thinking
And-
we were having, that was
Yeah,
why.
And then now I got to the conversation about Eve being a trans woman, inserting that, which I still would in other spaces too.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, I'm not telling you. I'm just saying in the sense of, I get that you're telling me that. That's like, and I'm saying this too, not to toot my own horn. I had the exception of having an exceptional father. My mama died when I was 6. My pa had me at 60. My dad did not give a fuck about sexuality, gender queer. He taught me how to be a good human being. And I had we had a relationship. Now, demographic wise, not even just off of black race, the single father household is the least expected. So I cannot see all these other single mother households in every race now in the South, not just black men. I can't sit here and then tell myself and see the reality of what it means to live in a society because, yes, I had the exception. Just like Hurricane Katrina, I grew up in New Orleans. I had Katrina forced me to come to San Antonio, Texas. Had I not went to San Antonio, the person that you're talking to now wouldn't halfway exist because the balance was only half full. I had an exceptional environment. I had outside the very much cultural norm of most people in the United States. Had I stayed there, I would then be ignorant as fuck in experience of thinking that my world is just what I know.
Right.
But when you step outside of that, so when I'm having these conversations, I do appreciate the exception, but I also realize that the majority of the planet focuses on a rule. Is there room to integrate and interject exceptionalism to change the paradigm? Absolutely. Would never shut that down.
Right.
But in the context of how we're having this conversation, it's going to be kind of haywire for you because you're having it from the perspective of this is how I'm viewing it, and I understand that from the exception, but you're the exception. You're not the rule.
I see. I got that, but it's not like that. I don't see where you're coming from. What I'm doing, I see where you're coming from. Only thing I'm doing is bringing more into the conversation to expand of what you're talking about, because I think that should come in to get a full interpretation. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, you got one interpretation from where you was in Louisiana. Then when you went to Texas, I was down there in Katrina too. Then you went to Texas, that helped you grow as far as seeing different, where you was in a different society in another state. And I did the same way. I traveled all over the country. I've been in many different environments, many different social systems, so it helped me just like it helped you. And I think those type of conversations need to be to expand the understanding.
Agreed.
Especially when it's dealing with religion and the interpretation of religion. I believe all those interpretations should come in, because this is the reason why a lot of people are confused, and not just Christianity, all other religion. They confused and they leave because the person is saying this and saying that, and they don't get a chance to talk and bring in their perspective.
But the pushback I will still give you, though, they don't just leave for that reason. It could also be that their spirit no longer resonates with, like, I can take all of the there are a lot of things that I take from the Apocrypha, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the 1611, the Septuagint, and the Torah. There are things that I take from out of that, but that does not mean that I didn't focus my whole center point of spirituality or being around that. Right. There's a difference from people who didn't take that, because you when you have that conversation, they're confused though, because it's also institutionalized. You making the argument or being the exception is not going to change how the rest of the world is going to institutionalize it and how it's going to function as it pertains to your everyday life in real life politics and social economic government. That is something that would be valuable to you intrapersonally, and only interpersonally to those who of a like mind and of a like spirit.
Right. I believe that. Yes, I believe what you that as far as that. No, it wouldn't probably change. It depends on the person or where they at. If they open minded, that's true. But would it change the general understanding of a population? Probably not. But I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't go at it as to change. I just go at it as far as to making a conversation, an argument. Right.
I agree. I'm for that too, because I know a lot of the shit I talk about. It's too fantastical. It's too fucking radical for it to be anything generalized. So in fairness, I do see what you're saying. So if I did kind of shut you down like that, I do apologize.
No, it was brief.
And I don't apologize at all, because I feel like I feel like you're missing the point. I feel like if I make a statement in a conversation and say, well, when people are taught the creation story, they're not taught that there's a female deity in it, and then you rebuttal, well, in Proverbs this and this, they say this, and I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but my statement still remains that when the average person is taught the creation story, there is no female entity mentioned. And then we go in this circle because you take me reiterating my point as pushing back to your statement. But I understood your statement was true. I know that, but that wasn't the point. And so that's why you will hear me pushing back, because you're bringing in extra information, which is true information. Because I know that. I just quoted that same scripture to Rashawn in the Discord about wisdom in Proverbs 8. So I know that, and that is true what you're saying, but that wasn't the point.
No,
so I'm always gonna
so real quick, hold up. So let me ask this, Bree. So then if he says something and you understand it, what's the point of a pushback?
Right.
Because you saying that in statement to what I said is actually you pushing back to my point. If I say, when we're having a conversation and we're just going, we're having a flowing conversation, and I said, well, you know, the average person, when they're taught the creation story, there's no female entity. And I didn't ask, I just said that. And I'm like having a conversation. And then your response to that is, well, in Proverbs 8, they do mention wisdom. And right. If I'm going to infer, right, you feel like you're adding, but your addition is moot, because I said the average person is not taught that a female entity. I did not say I believe that there is no. I did not say that it is a fact that there is not one. My statement was that the average person is taught that there when you're learning the creation story, there is no female entity mentioned. And that was the statement.
Okay. And I said in the sense antiquity of creation.
I'm saying she shut me down. She's saying we could not have the conversation. That's
I'm saying if I'm having the conversation from this is a problem I have sometimes, because me and Rashawn have this problem. If I'm having the conversation in the realm of we're speaking about how the general population understands a story, and you try to move the conversation to the realm of philosophically or to the realm of how it could be seen, then we're moving the conversation into another realm, and that tends to make you lose the point. That tends to make the conversation convoluted, and it actually throws off the sometimes it will throw off the point, because then we'll go down this rabbit hole of talking about the other ways and how we can get to, it's not that I'm saying you can't ever have that discussion, but sometimes depending on the point or where we currently are, like for me, that's just the thing. I don't like to feel like the point is going to be lost if we move the conversation to another realm, because the realm of what could be talked about or what could be feel like we could do that, but we're gonna lose the point of the original statement, which was usually to another point and not the point of, well, are there female deities in the Bible? Like, I didn't say, well, are there female deities in the Bible? I was just making a point, and it probably was leading to something else. But if you stop me to interject that and move it to another realm, I'm going to lose where I was going. So it's not me telling you what you can't talk about. It's just something that I like. Yeah, maybe I'm very like, no, don't do that. But it's because I just don't. It derails sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I'm sorry if it comes off a
Yeah.
way, but
No, I see your point. No, but I was not trying to take away from your point or move from your point. When you saying general public are taught that they are taught with the female deity, they just don't bring it in the conversation as they should. But I agree with you what you're saying as far as if the conversation is this way, by me bringing that in here, I'm pretty much curving the conversation.
So you do disagree with my point then.
But
So
there's
you
a
were
push.
refuting.
But there's a pushback.
No, I see your point as far as if I said something.
But when you say that they are taught, but that's where there's, because you said, well, no, your interpretation tells you, because when you read that from the expectation of the behind the veil understanding. That is not how when other people interpret that. So you're incorrect if you say that they're taught that they just don't. No. They're not taught that at all, in literal sense and figurative sense, and it comes to antiquity of creation. They're not taught that at all.
Oh, you talk about
like in the sense that the female is there in the beginning, like
that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you bring when you bring in the conversation, then there's the exceptionalism of a spirit that is mentioned as a female. It's kind of like a moot point, because we're not saying that female does not exist in spirit in context of biblical text. No, female does not exist in the context of spirit of creation in its antiquity.
Okay, I got you. You say okay.
Then I think also, to just add on to her point, anecdotal and exceptions are not moving the needle forward. When you're having it's not a legitimate rebuttal. So I think that's why she kind of shut it down, or like, let's not gaslight or get off track, because you're not really attacking the point that I just made. You're kind of getting to more of your personal perception or experience, or looking for an exception to the rule, when what she's saying is the generalization, more of a generality.
No, I wasn't trying to take away, but I was making a logical, because I thought we speaking in a logical sense. So in a logical argument, you can bring that up. But in a logical argument,
or more technical, maybe
even in a spiritual or a reality logical argument, you can bring that up, even though if it's not true. You can bring it up within a logical argument. So that's what I was doing. I was bringing something in, introducing to actually build on her point, not to take away, to build on her point. But if she interprets it that it was taken away, she is the primary as far as the argument. So
I don't think you were taken away from it. I think you were just refuting it.
No, I wasn't refuting it. I was adding to it. But if you feel though, if I was refuting it, I understand. I completely understand. If you think it was going to another way, then I can understand that.
When Arshawn is right, what were you saying when you brought that point? Because I heard what you were saying too, and you were like, there is one, but what were you adding to what she was saying?
As far as when not being a woman deity.
Yeah, like you said, you were adding to what I said, but it was like it was the opposite of what I said.
When she said,
what did you say? But hold up. So I want to understand, because I don't even understand. Like you Retro Bree and IG all understand this one way. I completely am on the opposite end. I'm completely seeing this the opposite way. What were you trying to say that he refuted?
It was like, it wasn't even like an argument at the time, because this was like we were talking about. I was saying like the average person I'm just making a statement. I was going somewhere else, but now I lost it. But it was like the average person isn't taught that there's a female deity in when they're learning the creation story. There is no female deity mentioned. That's how the average person learns. So it was leading somewhere else, right? So then he comes and said, then if you come, if that wasn't directed to you, I didn't ask, or I'm like making a statement about how the average person learns about the creation story. And then you say, well, that's not true because wisdom is there and most people know that, but they don't say it out loud. Like, you are refuting my point.
No,
you're yes, you are.
Absolutely not. Because you said, well, hold up. Because you said most people are not taught that. And you're saying
no, that's not what I said.
Are not taught that. They're not okay. You did not just say most people are not taught about the female deity. You didn't just say that. You did not just say that.
When learning the is because if you take that out, then that is the problem. That is the problem. If you take out the rest of the sentence, then that is the problem. If I say,
are most people taught about female deities? Are most people taught about? Hold up, no, forget up, Bree. Hold up. Are most people taught about female deity in the Judeo-Abrahamic faith? Yes or no? That's a clear yes or no. An easy yes or no answer.
In general?
It's a layup.
Yes. At all?
Yes.
Yeah, some depending on which one. Yeah, like in the Judeo beliefs, they call the Holy Spirit a feminine spirit.
Okay. In
Jehovah's Witnesses, we learned that in Proverbs 8, the same one he's referencing. So in general, I can't sit here and say no Judeo-Christian beliefs don't have feminine.
Okay, so you're doing the word magic here, but it's cool.
Right. I wouldn't say no.
We can move on.
I mean, I guess, but I'm just saying. But see, that's the problem. I think y'all heard what I said is that statement, and that wasn't what I said, and that's why he refuted it. So that was my whole problem, because my statement was not that people don't learn about female deities. That's not what my statement was. So if you heard that as what my statement was, then that's why you would feel the need to say that. But that's not what I said.
Okay.
She specified in creation.
I was very specific. So if you leave off that first part of when learning the creation story, most people are, then you're gonna feel like you need to add that information.
All right. We can accept that and move on. Von Eric, you cool with that?
I see where you was coming from, Sean, but yeah, go ahead, because
I don't think we can be heard on what we're trying to say, because we're missing each other somehow,
right?
And I think that's just cool.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as on where we're at, first of all, Yella, welcome.
Rosanna Yellow.
Hey, Yella. Oh, he got it.
I got tacos, nigga.
I got whiskey.
That's the only reason I'm here to let y'all know I got tacos and y'all don't right now.
Man, that's what's up. All right, so on the end of where we were at with the whole Eve thing, and Adam was smashing animals, was there anything else? Retro, did you have anything else? And Yella, did you want to throw anything in before we moved on?
No, I'm good.
Bree, IG, Von Eric.
No, I'm good. We can move.
Cool. All right, cool. Now listen, I got 3 clips. They're all short. They're all less than 2 minutes. It's like 4.5 minutes total. Maybe not even that. Maybe not even that of these clips. But I do want to play a word from our sponsor. We have our very first sponsor here, Vocabulary Today, does have something that they wanted to get a message out to the people, and it is definitely applicable to Kawaii Bree today.
Nigga. 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 Noun. Definition: respelling of nigger, typically representing urban African American speech.
Thanks for watching this video. Be sure to subscribe to our channel to get more free learning resources.
So make sure y'all go check out our sponsor, Vocabulary Today, to get more word of the day and pronunciations, man. But expand your vocabulary. Nigga. Can you say nigga? Nigga.
Did that cracker say nigger?
I think it was a robot. I think it was a robot.
Yeah.
Did that cracker robot just say
That
nigger?
cracker robot said nigga.
That robot was made by a white man, so
For sure.
It was.
I think it's
It
still
definitely
racist.
was.
So even the robot's racist. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
So
the
I do
pumpkin.
want
Yeah, pumpkin
What's that,
spice
G?
latte.
Pumpkin spice latte.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm gonna play these 3 videos. I'm gonna play them. I think I'm gonna play them back to back, but it's in regard to the triple male godhead. I know that's been mentioned a couple times,
That
but I
sounds
do
really
want to.
freaky.
I mean,
Sorry.
triple male godhead is what it is. It is what it is. And
Sound
it sounds like one of them
IG type of
hentai,
night.
don't it? It sounds like one of them
Look, I'm finna say
hentai
that.
with the tentacles.
Sound like IG type of night.
Therefore, the concept of a male gendered God, and only male gendered God, even though none of the books in the Bible support the idea of only a male gendered God. Notice how I did not say that the male gendered God did not exist. I said that none of the books in the Bible support the idea of only a male gendered God. Right? Let me be very careful and let me be very intentional with my words. Right? Because it said in the beginning, God did this. Did not say he, did not say she, God. Right? That's 1. 2, in multiple spiritual texts, not only just inside but outside of Christianity, God refers to itself as we, as in the collective. Meaning that even if this God was gendered male, it takes into account the collective. And the collective is not only male.
All right, that's Professor Odie. He's got platforms on IG, TikTok, and YouTube. The Antidote here on YouTube. But now we're going to go to Dr. Otis Smith. This clip's approximately 2 minutes.
It is a tragic nature, the tragic nature of the human condition, that we always love boxing in God, placing limits upon God with our own finite imagination. According to people who live in limitation, they are comfortable with God being framed in ways that keeps God in the finite hands of those who have limited imagination. And I stop by here at Chautauqua to simply tell you that God cannot be boxed. As a matter of fact, our language is not enough to even speak about God. Let me put it this way, that I guess the God that we serve is beyond our anthropomorphic framing of God. If all you can do is frame God by a male or male using male pronouns, then you have broken down God to only give God 50% capacity. And that is why it must be understood that our language cannot speak to the totality of who God is. As a matter of fact, I would even make the controversial statement that God has a trans nature. Why would I say that God has a trans nature? Because when you look at the word Elohim, which is plural for the term God, that comes out of the Hebraic term that is a feminine pronoun. It means when you translate it into English, we always use male, but depending upon the situation, sometimes God has a feminine principle and sometimes God has a male principle, but we are always framing God one way, limiting who God can be. So I guess God has a trans nature because God, in the words of our ancestors, is a mother to the motherless and a father to the fatherless, a God who can transport, translate, transition, and transform. I guess God has some trans particular proclivities. But you see, we are so forward. We are always trying to place God within our limited understanding.
Yeah. And we got this last guy, this author. He's in the Pan-Africanist space, but it's like a 30-second clip.
To have a God, you must have a goddess. There's no way that God cannot be a woman. The balance God is both man and woman combined. Aren't we both a man and woman combined? Aren't you half your mommy and half your daddy? Whether you be a man or a woman, you half woman and half man. This is who we are. We are the perfect blend of both man and woman. We are God having a human experience. We are the creator having a human experience.
See, now,
Oh yeah.
we really definitely got to start this with you.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Yella was not feeling that with his face on that one. Listen, before we get into that, this is very phonetic. This is a phonetic joke. We have another word from our sponsor, and this is what Yella's face was saying. This is what Yella's face was saying.
Negawatt. 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 Negawatt.
Yella's face was like, nigga what?
Yeah,
Nigga what? So Yella, we've heard, and first time I heard this idea was from Hanifa Naila. Man, love some Hanifa, but she talked about why in the world when we have a deity where there's three aspects of it and all of them are masculine from what we're taught and how we understand it. Male God, male Jesus, Son, and then male Holy Spirit. Again, is how it's typically translated to us. Whether that's, I know we're going to get into like off into the weeds and stuff, but that's how it's typically translated. It's three aspects of masculinity. There's no femininity to be found. From the clips, Yella, what do you think about how we get that idea, and where do you think the femininity comes from? And then we're going to go to everybody else.
I think gotten to this point because all other ideas have been exhausted. See, when you start running out of ideas, you start wanting to come up with different shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you start thinking about, well, oh, he just should be a woman. It is the God times zero. You know what I'm saying? Or the God times one equals God. So it's like we just gonna. I don't know. It was a lot of that. The one thing that really tripped me out was that second clip though. About
God has trans properties.
No, about boxing the men.
Okay.
He was saying something about we boxing God, which means we limit their abilities, which we limit God's ability. And from what I'm seeing, God is very limited. I don't see any unlimited ability being shown. God is very limited. If God was unlimited power, we wouldn't be seeing a lot of the shit we wouldn't be seeing a lot of the shit we see now. We wouldn't have to deal with this. There would be no confusion. There wouldn't be if we don't know what story to tell, we don't know what book to read out of. None of that. So I think trying to make God unlimited is just it's another stepping stone of trying to comfort the soul at the end of the night.
Okay.
Because you want to believe the deity that you're praising is all powerful. Because God forbid, pun intended, we get to the end of this and it is basically just a game over screen. And it just say insert coin. You know what I'm saying? Just say insert coin. Ain't no great IG for real. Ain't no great heaven above. You just restart, you rebuild your character. It's just like gaming. We are gods in gaming. We build our characters from details and that's basically all it is. That's why I say we living in a simulation. This is basically like a very advanced Xbox One. A very advanced Xbox One. When we die, credits roll. It depends on the ending we can get. We played what was that? As Dust Falls. Mm-hmm. Your decisions determine your ending. And once you have your ending, you're free to start over. You can start over as a whole new character.
All right. Yep. I like it. Let me throw it over to Retro. What do you think about the whole Xbox One True God that Yella proposes? Or the video clips that we've already played. What is your take on the whole triple male centric God?
Well, you know, I kind of jumped the gun earlier when I was saying that I feel like Mother Nature is actually God, and the story has just been hijacked. So I don't think that, and when we say Mother Nature, right? We're assuming gender there. We don't know if Mother Nature has either gender, but it was assigned Mother Nature, and to me, it's just kind of coincidental. All these female things that are a part of nature that seem more dominant in a sense, or like everything kind of came from a feminine or female aspect. So I think the part we were confused about is because we have a story that's not true, or that's not the full story, and can't conceptualize what it really is.
Yeah, the Mother Nature aspect is definitely a twist on it, and that would be something to consider. Like I know Bree's talked about, me and Bree have talked about that kind of stuff too, but I do want to get Von Eric, then we go to IG, and then Bree. What do y'all think about this? Because I want to know, Von Eric, what do you think about this spiritual sausage fest? And where is the God Gina at, man?
Sausage fest. What a way to put it, man. Okay. That threw me. Okay. Hold up. You said sausage fest. Okay. I agree with a lot with Retro saying. What he said, because we were taught a certain way, and that's why people think a certain way. I like for him to expand on that, the Mother Nature, but I see, and I also see where he's going at also. But when you say the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ was also known as the bridegroom. So, but when you say the Holy Spirit is known as a male, that kind of threw me. I've never been taught that, or someone has told me that. So that is interesting there. But it's many gods. We are gods, and there's many gods that spoke from heaven also. So that right there, that's opened up a lot right there. I would like to go down that road, because and then when he said how we interpret and how we look at feminine and masculine. So if a person's talking and they talking in a certain way, we identify, oh, that's masculine, but it may not be. It could be the God, as nature, that's Rachel was saying, is speaking. But when she's speaking in a masculine tone, or using words that we can consider masculine. So I think it's a lot there that we will have to talk about when it comes to that. But to say it's just one, I believe it's many.
That's what's up. Let's hit IG real quick, man. But whoever dropping all the hearts and hundreds I'm watching the live feed too, man. Appreciate you for dropping all the hearts and hundreds. But IG, man, I know you are a same gender loving man, but a male God, a male Lord and Savior, and a male Holy Spirit. That's a lot of madness, man. That's a lot of masculinity, man.
That's too much. I tell people who know me, I say this all the time, baby. I don't never want to go to jail. That's too much dick for me. That's too much testosterone. Somebody will get hurt. I do not want to live in a world with nothing. Bree, I love you, girl. I need you, girl. I can't do it. Girl, like I ain't on no lesbian shit. But who you are as a woman is part of why I love women. That balance, I need that. Because my mom died when I was 6. Me and my pa used to have a picture of my mom, and he would put a glass of water. If you know, you know. And then every now and again, he would stop me, say, bro, come here. That's your mom right there. It takes a man and a woman for you to exist. You are supposed to be part your woman. You are supposed to be part your mother and part your father. So whenever my daddy was not a loud, flamboyant speaking man, very calm nature. But whenever my feminine nature would be the way that it is, he would laugh and be like, there goes your mother. So I wasn't taught that me having feminine expression was me trying to be a woman, as it is supposed to be part of my genetic and spiritual design, because he reiterated even after her transitioning to the next dimension that you are part her energy, and that's why you have feminine energy, not because you're a homosexual. So when I looked at the male deity thing in church, it always bothered me because I could never, even with me having sex with men and being a man, I know males in the sense of the chemistry are too fickle to be. It's advantageous for a man to go ahead and have that like that, because I can look around in the politics of it all and say, well, with the P-archy society, of course I want you to think that everything is redeemable through a male. Of course I want you to, I'm going to write. It makes sense for the people, the Greco-Romans and the Jesuits and the Quakers that came here from the northern European countries. Of course their version of Catholicism and a P-archy society is going to be, I not only do I want you to worship me because of my sex and my gender, I want you to worship me in the sense of divinity. So it makes logical and strategical sense, considering the world we lived in for, I don't know, the last 500, 600, 700 years in the West. It would make sense why there would be all three males. Do I think it is natural? Absolutely not.
Man, I don't know what it was when you was talking, but there was like a constant rhythmic insertion of some kind of sound, but it stopped once you
Are you
muted.
listening to music?
That was weird. I didn't hear
IG?
anything. It was a very doom, doom,
You're not listening to music?
doom,
Or a neighbor?
doom. That
That's
was interesting
creepy.
though.
He
Yeah,
said
but
it was the guy head probing us. So
yeah, we're getting probed, man, because it was on rhythm. It had a rhythm, you know. We
yeah,
was getting tested. We
it's
were
like
getting
some
tested.
alien
Like,
music
you
or
know,
something.
I don't know if y'all know, but I am a musician and a singer.
It sure might get, because it's got like a little. It's a
Something
chord.
playing
It's
like a
hitting a
beat.
chord.
Yeah.
It's like a funky bass line every time you start
Yes, it's a
talking.
It's a
funky
bass
bass
line.
line. I was like the dead communicating with us. You got
Yeah.
somebody trying to say something to
You
you.
said funky bass.
He got somebody trying to communicate to him. I don't know who it is, but
First time, but thank you for telling me, because I didn't
you
hear
don't
it.
hear it at
Oh, yeah, that's
all.
that deep bass. That's that deep bass line,
Yeah,
y'all.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it sound like somebody just strumming a bass. Like
Maybe it's the Wi-Fi.
the dead is communicating with IG. You
Yeah,
gotta.
it wouldn't be the first time. I'm telling you.
I'm saying it's something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
no, I don't
I was like, I
Well, it
don't know
seems to
what
be
that
stopped
is.
now because you're not muted,
have
and
no
it seemed to.
YouTube playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was just a
Yeah,
random
stop
note,
now.
but it was very rhythmic.
Okay,
It was
well, I
on a
will get
beat.
into my meditation.
Yeah, and now he
nice.
delayed.
I will get into my meditation later. Well, thank y'all for telling.
Yeah, now you
That's
delayed.
God. She
But
coming through.
right.
Go ahead, Brie.
What was that? Oh, the three-dicked God. Let's see. So
Did she say 3D?
we just gonna come up with new names every
Right.
time we got another person. The three-dicked God.
Wow.
It's like when you watch Game of Thrones, they call it the many-faced God, the many-dicked God. I've always thought there was a strange thing that, like, even if women, let's say we're all made in the image of God, and then there's clearly these male humanoids and then these female humanoids, that somewhere within the God being there wouldn't be the blueprint for the female or the essence of female. It was just always weird to me. But I think I'm more like retro with the idea that the earth is the feminine part of the creation story that is not, really acknowledged really the way it should be, because even like, and as some people say, earth is Tiamat or Rahab the dragon, and like Solomon references it later that God cast down Rahab, which to IG's point, every time we start talking about God and this earth feminine deity, it's always very violent. I mean, even Solomon references it like, oh, he threw down Rahab in the sea, like beat her ass basically. And like in Babylonian beliefs, like that was one of the gods, like Rahab, Tiamat, I can't remember which one. So I've always felt like the earth was this feminine deity, and I don't know what the beef was between the two. It could have just been some relationship drama, but for whatever reason, it's always felt like there was just some beef there. A lot of the societies that existed outside of the Judeo-Christian or the Abrahamic beliefs were often worshiping female deities, and they were more based on like natural or the earth. And so you start looking at Jeremiah, it just always feels, I mean, if you read throughout the Bible, God just always has had this beef with this female goddess entity. He don't fuck with her. I don't know why. I just be like, that's just clearly what it is. So for me, it's always just felt like, yeah, the earth is definitely that bitch. And for whatever reason, they got beef. I don't know.
She got
It
curves.
makes sense.
She got
It
curves.
makes sense.
She got curves.
It,
She wet.
She
it
wet.
clicks.
She was
She wet,
wet.
wet.
And
Wet,
and God, and he called the earth, like when Jesus died, he went into the womb of the earth. The grave is the womb in the earth. So it just always made sense to me that earth was the mother figure of us, and we, God is the daddy and earth is our mommy.
And and like the female nature, she supports all the various different natures of the species.
Right.
She
Exactly.
doesn't care if you're a carnivore, a herbivore, or omnivore. She doesn't care about your sexual orientation or gender construct. She will but provide, but also though it's like it is kind of one of the things too when you look at how humanoids, because I be like humanoids, male and female ain't shit. I'm sorry, but that's how I be feeling like. But it's like no matter how much, and that's where sometimes the socialization comes from. Or I wonder if it's part of nature. Women always or females to be expected to take so much because if we had go with that logic, well, then the way that we don't respect and give back to the earth, yet she provides. And if it ever gets to a point where if Mother Earth, who embodies all female intelligences, what happens when she gets fed up?
Man, it sounds like I'm listening to
COVID.
Collins.
Yeah. There's a song I want to say. If you want me to stay, it's like dum 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 dum.
Like really slow down.
Right, we hear you. We hear
When I'm
you.
talking,
IG. Right, we hear you.
Uh-huh.
We hear you. But it's spunky
It also
bass line.
reminds me of this Regina Spektor song called "Consequence of Sound."
It's
Like the
almost
key she
working with what you're
plays.
saying. It's almost
IG,
like
I promise
working
you,
with
don't
the
even try to
part.
fix it.
Right.
Like
It
your
ain't
own,
broke.
like organ
you got your own
background.
thing. Yeah, you got your own.
It's just a nice little bass line. It's like accent. It's like dum dum.
Everything you say.
Retro, do you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it too. I was moving around my house thinking it was mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you ever listen to like Regina Spektor, the Consequence of Sound, she just plays this note like at the literally the same. It literally sounds like that song to me.
It's nice. I don't know why. I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Maybe this guy.
But
I want to ask
I kind of wanted to.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was like I kind of wanted to throw my petty in for a little bit.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be that. So y'all saying like basically like the earth is like the woman, right? The earth is the female. The earth is the mother.
The woman,
and God
the
is the
womb.
father, right?
Feminine entity, yeah.
Okay, so it makes sense then, right? So basically, we stuck in this bad baby mama, baby daddy situation with Earth and God. We haven't got to see God in 2,000 years.
Oh wait,
but we
you know
always hear these. Hold on. We always hear these great stories about how awesome our daddy is, how good our daddy is. Our daddy gonna come back and get us. Our daddy gonna come back and see us. Our daddy gonna come back and get us. You look just like your daddy. That's what the word tell you. You look just like your daddy. All this.
Yeah.
But this is also why the shit going down. This is also why the shit is going down like it's going down on this earth right now, because this is a bitter baby mama raising a bunch of her kids, and everybody is fucked up. Yes, that's why the world is able to run as crazy as they is now. Because for all the not caring on the good part, she don't give a shit on the bad part either. She letting the kids go to jail. She letting them get in trouble. She letting them cut off body parts. She letting them do. She letting them. She letting the young.
Because but here's the reason why. Because the kids is looking to the father that they can't see and is never there.
Well, he let Jesus go stay with him when he turned 18. What about me?
He had to take his kid. That was the only one he took back.
And he said, that's my only child. The rest of y'all some bastards.
He ain't even claiming the rest of it.
You know, to be honest with you, I think it's a slightly different perspective where it's more or less Mother Nature is God and man is trying to be the baby daddy. It's a battle between Mother Nature and man. And he's destroying the earth and overusing, trying to put his hand on top of Mother Nature's hand. And that's why things are getting messed up.
More like Gnostic text.
Because when you say Mother Nature, can you expand on that?
Mother Nature is the force that keeps all the animals, the human beings, the oxygen, everything. Like this God force that we, blame on the Sky Daddy. I really feel like Mother Nature is who's in control of that, and I don't think it's only Mother Nature. I also said karma, which is like the good yin and yang, the evil and good, and how things go around and they come back around circular like the Earth. I think that's another spiritual entity that exists on this Earth as well.
I like that one.
And based off of my spiritual and physical understanding, when I don't divorce the creation of the text and everything of God from man. So that's in my spirit too, because I understand that man is expressing or explaining what they think creation is. So when man does things to go against what is naturally there to synthesize the reality, it would make sense, like what Retro was saying. It's interesting because the Bible quotes that God is not a man that he should lie, but yet use the same nature of male nature, even if you go with the sense of it not being man in the scripture, okay, meaning that it is still male. God is not a man that he should lie, or it should mean that he's just not human. But in the sense of that ideal of how it is forced and institutionalized and moved and what is done to the earth, we are, how I see it too, is that we are the representation of what that means to walk out of Christ consciousness. Just like when we, in our previous live, when we were going over you played a clip and it said that in the Old Testament, a woman was to be stoned if she was caught in adultery or fornication, that she would be stoned to death. It did not say that stones will fall from heaven and stone her. In the Hebraic time of the law, she would be killed by the people. Thus, why it's a freedom of religion and never from, because you'll never escape, even if it's not Abrahamic beliefs. Everybody bases their societal construct bases off their religion or spiritual belief and how they function. So it's going to be your reality in one way or the other. But sometimes your reality goes against Mother Nature.
How do you separate when you see that? What do you do when you see it when it go against?
It's a balance. I mean, you can only dictate like myself. I understand that I might go against society's construct, what is considered a norm and a fact, but facts are not the same as truths. Facts are simply decided because an overwhelming majority or critical mass of people credited it to be so. It is not necessarily the tell all be all. When the Bible says that you must have faith at the size of a mustard seed, which is the smallest seed in the land. Okay, the key word is land. The mustard seed is not the smallest seed in Australia. The mustard seed is not the smallest seed in Tokyo. The mustard. So when you get into you don't divorce. You have to choose within yourself and interpersonally. Like some people be like, well, I don't know what I would do if I didn't have God or Jesus. I said, well, I don't know how we have what it looks like when people do have God or Jesus, because there's the dark side of forgiveness people don't talk about. See, baby, when you go around, you didn't conquer the whole world and you use expeditions and crusades. Of course, you're going to present a document of forgiveness because you want to put the spell of forgiveness on people. You're born in sin, shape, and iniquity. Of course, I would want the people of the down south practicing people to have a doctrine or a perspective of always feeling need to be redeemed from respectability politics. So that you never separate that. That's the battle that most people struggle with, because that's why I had to get to a point. I'm not saying it's a for me, but I know that at the end of the day, I feel better not doing something to be a good person because I'm expecting this reward from the next life. I'm using this life to go ahead. I'm not going to store up my treasures just so it to be in heaven, when my treasure should be in the people and the life that I live here.
Oh, okay.
So these people can't you have to choose then, are you believing what you believe because that's what society and culture norm has been presented to you, or did you really listen to your actual spirit to connect you to what the soul and whatever sources is trying to get to you besides the filter that you have been instructed?
Oh, okay. Okay.
And also to kind of expound or to respond as well, when I think about these different religious texts, or Buddhism, Islam, Christianity and things of the sort, I feel like they're all kind of like something to ease the soul, to ease the spirit, right? So that's what they were saying in the videos. Like we're always trying to figure out or try to get something to hold on to, right? So my thing with it is that it's like different religions are just like different foods, like pizza or Chinese food or hamburgers, right? You ate something, your soul is at peace. So it doesn't matter which one you ate some food. So you have a religion, right? And I think that they're all a roadmap to a higher sense of consciousness, which relates back to the yin and yang. You learn the difference between right and wrong. And those of us who have maybe deconstructed from Christianity, we're able to, at the finish line, we get to the end of the Bible, we've heard enough scriptures to look back at this religious text and say, this is right, this is wrong. Even though it's in the Bible, I know this is wrong. I know this is not how we supposed to treat each other, and this is contradictory to what you said here. So now I'm smart enough at the end here to know the difference between right and wrong. And the same thing goes with Buddhism, and the same thing kind of goes with Islamic or some of these other religions. They kind of iffy, but
Hinduism.
Hinduism, I mean, yeah, there's hundreds of religious texts around the world, but again, at the same time, right is right, wrong is wrong, and if you ate, and if your soul is at peace, and if there's something that you need to hold on to, that can be it. Because listen, even though I'm not really technically Christian anymore, I still say, "Oh my God,
Right.
Lord have mercy," right? Because that's all I know. That's what I was indoctrinated to as a child. So that's I'm gonna hold on to, blessed, things of the sort. But it's a different language. It's just like it's a different food. It's still a universe of energies. When you say Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, you're sending up positive energy or you're calling for help. And the other people who are doing it are sending their energy back down. So it's just like a different language or a different type of food, but right is right and wrong is wrong.
IG, how do you input chakras into your spirituality? Because you brought that up. And how do you input that within your spirituality and in your day of life?
Well, because my last name is Green and I've always been a colorful person, which just happened to be the heart chakra. My favorite number happens to be 4. And I'm an earth sign. I look at the chakra points on the body as nature characteristics and things of the soul. Like it makes sense that the red chakra of the chakra, you notice in sex and sex scenes, red light district, they show you the color red when they want to stimulate sexual appetite. That's why the color red represents your sexual nature. That's why also they use it in food to generate base human necessity of procreation and survival. Everyone has that in the root chakra. But then when you begin to move up the root chakra and you get up, I look at it within the nature of my person. My heart doesn't always move the way my dick do. And my gut instinct doesn't always come out of my throat. And when I speak through the throat chakra, which is the pituitary gland, the pineal is considered to be such a high because you're dealing more with the brain that connects the thoughts and holds the memory of the emotional and the experience. So when I deal with chakras, I look at it from within the internal system of the body and the different nature and instinct parts that you have. And then you go up to the crown, which transcends, which is your intuition. Even if you're not a spiritual person, to use that breakdown like I did, I can still see how people function in that system. They're not labeling it or calling it that, or neither thinking about it like that. But people are still moving within those different parts of their body. So I look at more from the Southeast Asiatic side of it than I think maybe North African.
So you have spiritual chakras. You have 7 spiritual chakras, and then you have 7 body chakras? Chakras.
No, it's just 7 chakras but they can be used even in medicine for pinpoints of the body. Like, you know how you say you feel something, it's different when you feel something in your gut versus when you feel it in your heart. You know, you get a feel about something, and sometimes it be in that solar plex, it be in that solar plex chakra. Then you know how nature works, how we talking. Oh shit, I'm definitely feeling it in the root and the sacra. Because the sacra is between the solar plex. That's between the private area and the gut instinct.
Are they evil? Do you have evil chakras?
It's not a good or evil. Good or evil are oftentimes subjective on the perspective.
Okay, I got it. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. Okay. I see exactly what you're coming from. Okay. So should you
Cool. Hey, if you don't mind, Broderick, I want to leave the chakras to get back to where we were, if you don't mind. With the poly male god, if we get back to that. Polypene.
Polypene
god.
That's the next name, Polypene.
Polypene.
It's too much peen for me. Like I'm telling you, like the nature of males, me being a male, like I could not. All my life, it's like, nah, I gotta get away from you niggas. I'm gonna end up being violent. Not necessarily because all the men were aggressive. It's just that testosterone. Like, I know that I come from feminine. I just can't be around testosterone every motherfucking day. I just can't do it. I can't just only have conversation with males. I can't. But I'm the same way. I'm like, okay, girl, that's it's a balance. I definitely can't relate. Now my voice is high, and girl, I'm feminine in the sense of spirit, but physically that what causes you to feel feminine, girl, I can't relate to that, and I can't understand why you would relate. Now some of the shit you react to like that, you socialize, and I really wish you wouldn't do that and be like that. But there are things about your femininity that I have that I'm like, let me go back with let me balance this out, because I know that I can't be too much in thought of feminine and masculine, and those are not just actions. You can be assertive and feminine, but we assign feminine to submission. But in nature and in the animal kingdom, I mean, let's just keep it real. There are not that many species that are that are paternal, that are staying and raising and rearing the children. So the feminine has to not, especially she's a carnivore. So this feminine entity has to now secure. She got to be strategic and cunning enough to find shelter. She got to go steal, hunt, kill shit. Then she got to slap her titty out at the end of the night and move a bunch. Now she got these motherfucking offspring. She can't even move how the fuck she move. That bitch is more assertive and aggressive and strategic. That is a feminine experience that took so much tact to do so. So I don't just assign action to femininity, nor do I also assign aggression to masculinity.
That's what's up. I did want to ask anybody that wants to answer this question, because we talked about, like, I know Brother Vaughn put this in there, and there's a lot of scripture that backs this up. Like, God is a spirit, and they that worship him, like the inference or the assumption is automatically a him, lowercase, him, uppercase, is all throughout the Bible. A God the Father, because Greg Bryan talked to that. That's why we're talking about the triple male identity. Let me see. God is his father. Father is an inherently masculine term. So that's why we're talking about the triple male identity or triple peen God. Shouldn't we also, just from our very nature, from having mothers and sisters and aunts and nieces, shouldn't we assume, like, naturally, that there's a feminine aspect, that there's a mother God? If we accept Father God so readily, shouldn't we automatically assume that there's a mother God? And why do we not come to that? Like, generally speaking, like, I know the generals.
And you were shown that in a series, like, I'm gonna sound corny, but Xena, Hercules. When you start studying Greek, that's one thing. Okay, even though they hijack stuff from Egyptology, they still show you a representation of masculine and feminine, male, female, humanoid representation through sex and gender of deityism. And when I look at other spiritual systems, to me, even though that for me, I'm still not going to subscribe to that for my tell all be all answer. But at least I would say I feel that is more natural because, okay, and if you deal with the Titans and shit like that before the gods, still there is this constant line of masculine and feminine. So that doesn't necessarily go against the spirit of how nature works for me. When polytheism, I'm not saying that it's a tell all be all, but it's more natural than monotheism.
I don't know. I think it's easier to just not think about it too much. I think it's just easier to just believe Eve was made to be a gem sock, and that supports the argument that we should help the D meet the P, and we should help y'all eat and help you keep a clean house and help you have peace. I think it just works out. I mean, if I was a man and the world was already set up that way, I wouldn't be trying to look too deep into it. Why go try to fuck up what's working for you? Supposedly, it don't seem to be working, but I mean, it was working for a long time. So I feel like why would they want to now have to give themselves a reason to have to respect women? Because that's stupid. Nobody wants to do that.
Exactly.
It's too much work.
Silly women. I was just curious. After a while, it just made sense to me. Like, man, if there's a male guy, I actually went looking. Like, because it didn't make sense. After a while, like, this is my natural thought process. Like, it doesn't make sense that there's this much him. Like, way before I heard anybody bring this up when I was reading the Bible, it just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
Plus, I kind of think outside of even like the religious part, understanding that it was wrote in a certain time where, I mean, that's almost like a product of writing over the years, right?
Yeah.
Back then, it wasn't that many stories. Like,
oh, God froze him up. What was that mean?
Like, can y'all hear me? Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you back.
I'm good. We back. But they was probably like, yeah, tell us this witch has all these powers that she can roam the earth and heal. Yeah, sure, whatever. They didn't want to hear that shit. So God had to be a woman. God had to be a man. Jesus had to be a man. Jesus could have been a woman.
Oh yeah.
But you couldn't tell them back then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let that person would have told that story. They got burned at the stake or something. They got stoned.
Heresy.
You know.
Well, then the sacrifice still would have been made. So I mean, it could have worked out.
They got yeeted.
And that whole thing about seeing a man, like, and here's the thing, and I do see the symbolism in, because before a certain time, there are more men that will die in combat. I do kind of see, like, the whole Jesus dying thing. It's like, okay, you're expecting a man to love you, so a male to die for your sake, in a sense, unless you just not a family. I just don't really, I don't see that as a likelihood of something that is male or female for that nature. Like, everything is self-preservation. Like, even like with God's being the representation, even when people do the whole, male, female, something female is a representative, but you tell me that a female is the god of the creator of the moon or something woman. I'm like, I don't know, because some of this shit is just too big and too great for genitalia to be involved. I don't give genitalia that credit on both sides. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give. I know we refer to the sun as masculine, but I'm sorry. Dick and pussy reproduction. That's what it do. We cannot reproduce the same elements that we use. The basic elements we use to synthesize and create everything. We can't recreate no fucking hydrogen bonds. We can't recreate the fucking oxygen bonds. We can't recreate all these other basic elements that were already here that we use to make what we make. So what makes you think I'm going to give something with a penis or vagina credit for the sun or the moon or the air? Hell no. That's giving dick and pussy too much credit. It's good to me, but it ain't that good.
Yeah, but it's things in the Bible that God referred to people as women, or he said she. So it's I used to I was like you are, Sean, always looking for her too, even to the point when it came to when I started reading the Bible and things like that. I used to always call my mom, my sister, and got their interpretation because I always believed their interpretation I was speaking to or getting her or the mother of us all. So I used to, even that, I used to, be just like that as far as looking for her also. Because remember, Christ was also considered the bridegroom. So I always wanted to know and truly understand that. So even when it comes to interpretation, I always call like my mom and my sister or ex-girlfriends or girlfriends at the time. I used to like, hey, can you tell me your interpretation on this? And their interpretation, I'd be like, oh, well, that's her speaking, or that's her telling, coming from
the feminine aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I want to play this clip
I had
real quick.
Sorry, I had a
Go ahead,
random thought real when he said that. I was like, wouldn't it be really crazy if the T was really that the humankind that we are is really female? Like in the story, because like when Christ talks about his bride and stuff, they're all humans. It's not really just
Right.
like women.
All people.
So like in the spiritual sense, like we're referred to as kind of like women. Whether you're a male or female here, you're like the bride of Christ. Like men are going to be going to heaven to get bent over by Christ.
Yep.
I mean, it would just be interesting if like Adam wasn't even a human as we are. If Adam was some sort of like deity or God actually made an image of God, and the female that came out of Adam was really the human race as we see ourselves, and we are in that aspect female, all of us.
Okay,
I'm just saying that would be an interesting theory. I just thought about it, but it would be.
Like they said, one flesh. He said, "Man, one flesh." So I can see that logical thought on there.
And then there's those mysterious. Then there's those mysterious nipples.
And
oh my God!
Talk about the church being the bride that Christ, the groom, is coming to reclaim. So that makes sense in a sense of that theory, because the Bible does bring that up about keeping those lamps trimmed and burning and keeping those things like we are. The church is to be the bride, the bride for the groom of the coming of the King. So that is that's a Bible you could use scripture to back up that theory. I'm just saying.
Ew, no, I rebuke it all.
But that's just the
I'm not
language
finna be no bride, and I'm not standing around for nobody to come onto me.
That's what they got in the book, my nigga. Hey, that's what they got.
And that's why
that's what got in that book.
I like to be inside us.
That's why that book stay closed in this house.
I
don't like none of that.
None of that. God like to be inside of
like
us.
to put the Holy Spirit.
God enters into everybody.
Right.
No, he don't live inside of me. No.
When she say go to heaven and be bent over, that's a whole different conversation right there.
I'm just saying.
Hey, look, I don't know what the exchange is going on up there.
I don't know how spirits consummate, but if you the bride of Christ, y'all gonna consummate their marriage.
Yeah. Okay, but you said bent over. What you said bent over.
No, that was just me putting a razzle
we getting spiritually bent over down here. I would not disagree with it up there.
Top. You might be the top. Jesus could be the bottom.
Ooh. Y'all might be.
But that's what Jesus said. If you abide in me, then Jesus said, if you abide in me, and my word abide in you, and he is
okay. So I can understand with let's see where you coming from though, Sean. Are you coming from the flesh part or the spiritual part? Because Because that's what I'm trying to see. Which way you coming?
Well, I don't know how a spiritual
All
bride and a spiritual bridegroom consummate a marriage. But the point is, we the feminine aspect in the story. The point is, we the feminine aspect.
And they marriage as in the context that the church or we are the brides.
Right.
Like by the old folks, I don't know if it's scriptural. He's coming home to come to a church without a spot or a wrinkle. Get ready. The Lord is coming soon. So it's like that's something that's in the text. So when you do look at that, and here's the thing. Okay, I'm about to just go here. That's in the New Testament, brought to you by Greco-Roman historian people. Now you got to understand, most of your New King James Version was, produced by homosexuals who were not balanced. Because see, there's a difference between homosexuality in Africa versus homosexuality in Greco-Roman times. These people were the same men now that believed that sex was more pleasurable for males and more procreation necessary for females. So the feminine gay man is a product of brown, Negro, phenotype, same gender loving people. That's not a product of a white Caucasoid same gender loving man a white Caucasoid male that your Bible in the New King James is brought to you by. So it makes sense that they would see it that way because you're talking about Socrates, man boy love. You're talking about mentorship. Mentor is to also mean to be the top or dominant one in a situation in an ancient Greek term. So these are the people who brought you your King James version of the Bible. So it's not far-fetched from culture and historical paradigm that these men meant that you would be either verse, top or bottom verse for Jesus, Lord the Christ.
Well, let's just go what you're saying as far as that, as far as what you said. It's breaking it to me, but that's on their end. The Coptic is different. The East is different.
But you don't think it's coincidence that the same like homoerotic anti-woman people who were more homoerotic but still anti-woman, you don't think it was far-fetched that there's a reason they meant literally that you niggas, because that wasn't a thing in other cultures, my nigga. You could have a wife and procreate and still get that ass bent over, or you doing the bending. So the people who brought you your Greco-Roman laws in the sense of the New Testament were men who were of sexual fluidity. It became to be more outlawed when the Roman Catholic Church got involved to control the situation. But during that time, you were still dealing with people who were still very much homoerotic male cultures. Yet, conquering the world.
Greco-Roman law is what Greco-Roman law you're speaking of?
Hey, can we not go too far into that? Can we not go too far into that? Can we not go too far into that? I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. I want to go too deep into that. If y'all don't mind, pulling back from real quick, man. I want to get to the last topic. Maybe we can wrap up within this next hour. I'm gonna skip a couple clips I had. And I want to get to Jesus is a woman. All right. So Jesus, in my opinion, is most likely the one that everybody has been serving, was most likely a woman. And I'd like to give you guys my evidence or the things I'm going to cite. And it's not going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to be more like preponderance of evidence. All right. So I need y'all to lower the threshold for me to get a conviction on this one. So the first, I'm going to start from the beginning. In the beginning, he was born of a woman. Now, again, this is just going by the story and then adding logic onto the story, taking some of the things to their logical conclusion, and then using some Bible verses to back up a few things. All right. So we know that God is not a human. He's a spirit. But Mary got pregnant. And according to the story, as people understand it, is that Mary was a virgin. Now I know everybody, most of us up here will understand the whole virgin young lady thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm taking it at the way that most people understand it, is that Mary had never had sex before. All right. I want to couch that so it's not said to me like it's always said to me. So Mary has not had sex with the man. God impregnates her. Now, the only genetic material available is a woman. So we go back to the cloning thing like IG talked about with Adam and Eve. Now, if you clone a woman, you're going to get a woman. All right. That's the first thing. You clone a woman, you're going to get a woman. Which is why earlier I said, unless that earlier one, when we were talking about Adam, if you clone a man and you get a woman, you had to withhold that Y chromosome material. Well, now that Y could be introduced to make Jesus a man. But if that had never happened, if that did not happen, if you clone a woman, you're going to get a woman. That's the first thing. All humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes in the nucleus of every cell in their body. Each of those 23 pairs is one chromosome from the mother and one from the dad. Jesus didn't have a father, an earthly father. A person's sex is determined by that 23rd pair. 23rd pair. So he wouldn't have had that. He would have just had the X's. He would have been a clone of Mary, not even just a woman. He would have been a clone of Mary specifically. So Jesus was just Mary 2.0. But I want to talk about his nature. One of the things about Jesus was his nature. His nature was extremely different for the time, for the patriarchy, the patriarchy. Jesus had a different temperament. He had a different disposition. He was much more tender. He cared much more for people. He was much more, empathetic to his doctrine. He was much more empathetic. A lot of those traits of openness, a lot of those traits of empathy would be something we would ascribe to femininity. So that's a softball, but it's not a hard proof, but it's just something just something else there.
Can I add cheese to the Whopper?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Can I add cheese to the Whopper? I'm gonna throw a hardball now. I would argue that he could have been a trans man.
Hey.
He could have been a trans man because think about it, because all of those traits, being born biologically female, you know what I'm saying, if we're going to attribute to just the nature, because despite it being a very harsh man's world, that is a female nature. So you know what I'm saying, Jesus could have been a baby, a trans man, living, because it's possible there's a lot of trans mutation and transsexualism going on through the beginning of the Bible. He could have very well represented the masculine, and then given the time, the creator could have probably thought it made sense because these niggas then created patriarchy where this matters. So I can't present Jesus as a biologically presenting woman, but in order to be willing to have that much self-sacrifice, I have to give Jesus the body parts and the chromosomes of a female in order to display that type of.
I mean, it could explain why the image of him is basically like a 6'3", 215-pound person with long blonde hair. I mean, the face, people don't really remember. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
because Eve was a particular trans person, so I don't see why, from Alpha to Omega, beginning and the end, I don't see why not. And here's another thing too. I must say this too. It could possibly be that if you're dealing with, if Jesus was around the Ethiopians and other people of Northeast Africa, then if he encountered the behavior of same gender loving males that were there that are tender and loving towards both sexes and all that stuff like that, you kind of look at it like, well, he could have probably been a biological male, but maybe he was in touch with that side of being empathetic to a male, still being a male, but also being able to love a man, not because of just having sex. Because being with a man, for some people, there's more than being, just like there should be with heterosexuality, I would think. There would be there's sex involved, but not because there's sexuality. Meaning that because I know when I went through puberty, I wanted to start talking to females and women because of sex, because there was something different. There was a curiosity there. So I would imagine that if you are sexually attracted, there's ways about her hormonally, her essence as to why you're attracted to her. So I would think in the sense of Jesus, he probably was in touch with that side of himself. He would have had to be, not to say that he was a homosexual, but the emotions that require you to love another man outside of just the sexuality. He could have been in touch with that.
All right. So let me respond to Greg, then I want to go back into my proofs. God did not impregnate Mary by Christian doctrine. According to the Bible that I just read when I studied for this, he absolutely did. It was not an angel. The angel just announced it, but God is the one that impregnated. That's what the angel announced, is that God's going to impregnate you. And there's an actual Greek word for the type of God that impregnated her. It was the cloud God that always talked to people. I can't remember the exact word, but it's the cloud form of God that came upon her. I was actually going to make that joke about, you know, how we use the word come. I'm going to come. God came upon her. So again, that's King James Version of the Bible. And Jesus was not the genetic offspring of Mary. That would also be a hard sell, Greg, especially when they went through the whole genealogy. So if Joseph was not the father, again, according to this is divine conception. God is the father. Mary had to be the mother, or the whole genealogy in Matthew 1 wouldn't even make sense. So by mainstream Christianity, he absolutely had to have been one of the two genetic material. He had to have been somebody's child other than just God. He wouldn't even need Mary. If he's just going to poof a kid, he already did that with Adam. He could have just poofed Jesus if he didn't use anybody's genetic material.
So you said cloud. Right. You said cloud God. You said that was in Greek. That a cloud God. Did it say it slept with her though, or did it say the cloud God impregnated?
He came upon her. He came upon her.
On her.
The Greek word that's used is it says overshadow. And if you look at the other usages, when it says overshadowed, it always speaks of a bright cloud. And you can look that up in Matthew 7 verses 5, Mark 9 verses 7, and Luke verses 9 34. And the cloud is always speaking when that cloud appears.
Oh, you talk like the cloud is in the Old Testament too, where God said, he sent a cloud before you to guide you. Watch what you say to him, because he won't forget your trust. Okay, so
again,
you said that,
but again, just real quick, I'm also using New Testament scripture references. I said Matthew 7 5, Mark 9 7, and Luke 9 4. So not even the Old Testament. I wanted to give something in Jesus's time in that frame, so that it actually.
You said that cloud slept with her.
Came upon her. I'm going with the verbiage from the Bible. Came upon her.
Okay, that's a key word. Upon. What does that? What? How do we define that? Upon.
I'm just going with what the Bible said. It came upon her. You can define it however you want to. I can only tell you what the Bible says.
Because I know that's
Mary
in another.
Mary in the cloud bumped uglies. That's what happened.
I mean,
that cloud had Mary leg pinned to her neck.
I think people just walk, got in your space, walk up upon you, because in the biblical and Old Testament, they use that a lot. The Philistines came upon the people, and Pharaoh came upon the people. That means to be in the nearest. Old English text, yeah. I was in the garden and Matthew came upon me suddenly, startling me. You see what I'm saying? Like you would know that Matthew was in close vicinity in Old English text. So it just simply means that there was a close enough encounter. It's not necessarily sex in a linguistic term. It just means was in the presence of.
Okay, that's that, but that's in, like he said, that's in the Greek understanding or Greek interpretation. So I see that. I see that, but in other interpretation, let's go outside of that. He was doing the same thing he started off at the beginning. He said, "Let there be light." It was his command. It was his word.
Right, and something came upon the earth, meaning
that's
that
his word. His
right,
word.
But when his word, the function of it upon waters came, meaning that the presence of said waters. So when he says that, like to Arshawn's point, that the cloud came upon the text, it upon isn't just God speaking. Upon means in a general sense in the Old English text to be in the present. They came upon a stream and decided to drink. They came upon a brothel and decided to stop for a
But
while.
but that goes to that into because you use Old English and he's using Greek interpretation. Other interpretation does not go with that. That's what I'm saying.
That's also, I mean, real quick, that's also why I wasn't trying to go too deep into it, because that's none of us can prove it. None of us wrote it, and none of us were around. So like going into it,
right?
It won't
be
be
the person that wrote it. That even if you say, let's just say someone wrote it, we still would have to speak to the author to understand, to tell us his definement when it comes to that.
Right. So I digress, man. Appreciate you for coming in. We were just getting blasphemous. That's why Von Brian's got to tap out. But to continue, I got the tender and affectionate. Also, so Jesus is either, again, a Mary clone or a cloud baby, a God cloud baby. Now, as a baby face, who myself has been misgendered, the earliest depictions of Jesus of a 30-year-old Arabic male who's living in I would say mostly agrarian society, a lot of shepherds, a lot of, harvesting, growing crops, animals. He was a carpenter, probably was not an indoor. He was probably an outdoorsman. He probably was a little rugged. All of the earliest depictions of the first 200 years after his death of the Common Era, and I'm going to drop this video so other people can see it for myself, and you could look it up in other places. All of the earliest depictions of him were of the hairless variety. He was a clean-faced chap. He did not have a beard. So, out of all Mary's kids, out of all Mary's children, Mary felt the need to follow this one around. Jesus had a girl bestie, Mary Magdalene. Jesus liked to get his feet done. In Luke chapter 7:36 and John 12:1-8, Jesus would get his feet done. And at the time, he got beef with the fellas, his crew, because they would use the expensive stuff to do his feet. It cost beef. They're like, "Why? We could sell that. Why are you spending that much money on your nails, boo? What are you doing?" Now, I can read the scriptures, but I'm not. But it's in there.
Trying to figure out if there's something wrong, go get your feet done. Now I'm offended. The fuck?
I just want to make.
I'm not saying anything wrong. What I'm doing is I'm laying out a list of things, and like I said before I started, nothing here is clear-cut proof.
Clear-cut.
I said there will not be anything that will get people beyond a reasonable doubt. What I said was you would have to lower the threshold to get to a preponderance of evidence.
But people must understand what you're doing. You're making a logical argument, and within a logical argument, you don't have to have straight proof. Remember, you have to understand the laws of logic. So you're making a logical argument. So I just want people to understand, because people might say, "Well, he's this and he's trying to do this." Within a logical, and you look up the laws of logic, he doesn't have to have proof. It's his presumption. Now you can argue with that and come up with yours, but I just want people to be clear as far as what you're doing.
Got you. Not only did Jesus like to get his feet done, he also did feet, which also his crew didn't like because of his station. He was the teacher. He was the rabbi, even though he didn't want to be called entitled that. He was their teacher. He was their leader, but he stooped down and washed their feet. So in John 13:4-5, and I'm going to go ahead and read this one. He riseth from supper and laid aside his garments and took a towel and girded himself. So he got into foot washing garb. He got out of his clothes and put on something to wash the feet. After that, he poured water into a basin and began to wash the disciples' feet and to wipe them with the towel. He didn't even have something. He wiped their feet with the towel that he was dressed in, that he was in, his towel. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom. Now this is where I'm gonna start adding a little to it.
So it was an Asian. So Jesus was the Asian woman.
I'm just saying. There was.
I mean, we narrowed it down. We narrowed it down because I don't know no sisters. I ain't never had my feet wet.
Did you
I
say?
forgot to put which book of the Bible this was.
Wait a minute, y'all. Did you say Asian woman?
Hell yeah. She like to do nails. So Jesus is like one of them.
Okay. So it just referred to. Okay, I got you.
And
Okay,
she do nails.
I got you.
Have you heard them? Have you heard them like in the hood? They banter be real good with the sisters. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm narrowing it down.
Yeah, I got you.
Shit, my feet together all the time, and I have to go in there. I have to tip her ass about $20-$30. How she went there and worked on that stuff, you motherfucker.
That's why I'm sitting here like, okay, because that mean, hey, look, I'm gonna have to look at myself then, because look, put little mingling,
But
get
yeah,
her fingers.
it's not that one thing. Yeah, it's not that one thing though. He got his feet did, but he also did feet. But again, he was also cloned from a woman. So if you were cloned from a woman, and these other things applied to you, you know what I'm saying? You also have facial hair. You know what I'm saying? So you have to put all of these things together. All of these things together. Like I said, I'm making a case here. So now I didn't write the book, but it's definitely one of the Gospels. But verse 23 and 25 are one of the Gospels. For whatever reason, I didn't have the book down here. Now there was leaning on Jesus.
Oh, Sean, you got this written down? You got this written down?
Yeah.
Man, I wish you were able to put it up on screen, but go ahead.
Okay.
Because I'm going to try to attack your premise.
Verse 23 and 25. Again, it's one of the Gospels, and I don't have which one, but somebody could look it up. Verse 23. Now there was leaning on Jesus's bosom one of his disciples whom he loved. And in verse 25, he then lying on Jesus' breast saith unto him, Lord, who is it?
That was Peter, I think. That was Peter, I believe.
That's probably not. I think it was John, the beloved disciple. I believe it was John.
Oh, they laid on his bosom? I think that was
laying
Peter.
on his bosom and his breast. It might have been Peter, either way.
Yeah,
but one of his fellas was laying on his breast. I know Yella better not lay on my breast.
Okay.
Better not lay on my bosom. And again, I know I'm distorting things because I'm using a current context on something from 2,000 years ago. So I'll do it again.
Right.
And finally, there followed him. This is Mark 14, 51 and 52. There followed him a certain young man. Now, this is when Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane. See, I always thought this meant Jesus was gay. But I think now Jesus is straight. And there followed him a certain young man. Talking about followed him, the him was Jesus. Having a linen cloth cast about his naked body. And the young men laid hold on him. And he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked. So when they came, when all the disciples fell asleep or did not entreat as far into the garden as Jesus did when he was having his most fervent prayer in his deepest, darkest moment, the only person there with him in that moment was a naked guy with a linen cloth on him. So I was like, okay, Jesus is a same gender loving man. No problems there. It's just what it is. If Jesus is a woman, this means something different. So why was Jesus in the garden on his last night with a naked young man? It makes more sense if this is a woman. And when John, okay, I had one more thing. I guess I had one more thing. Forgive me. One more piece of evidence. When John of Patmos, or however they call it, of the book of Revelation, saw Jesus, he described Jesus this way. This person's head and his hair were white like wool or snow. That's Revelation 1:14. They were very bright and pure white. His eyes were like flaming fire. His feet were like fine brass burned in a furnace, and his voice like the sound of many waters. So I found a picture. I found a picture of Jesus. And y'all, if you're still with me, if you haven't fallen out or thrown up in your mouth and choked on it, you'll appreciate this joke. I found a picture of Jesus based upon the description in Revelation.
Wait a minute.
Hell no.
And I would lay on those bosoms too. If I was a disciple,
Hell yeah, that's a hell of a bosom.
Yeah, but you know, this is back in them Greco-Roman days where
complete description, though.
I mean, hey,
Hey,
I would lay on those
no
bosoms.
man.
Shit, I mean, what do you mean?
Oh, shoot. Here you go. Have this one for free, Rashawn. He said he would pluck his eye out if he looked at a woman with lust. Didn't say nothing about dudes. I mean, that's fair. Therefore, dick pics are sanctioned by Christian theology. I mean, that's fair. I don't even know who that is. Oh,
yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with.
that is B.A. Seuss. That is B.A. Seuss.
Now that's blasphemy. You know who that is.
That's not the complete description, but I'm gonna have to go with IG said earlier when he pointed to as far as the Ethiopian African aspect, as far as Jesus Christ, if he was taught as far as dealing with the love of man and how he went into the spirituality of it. I would that would be my first premise on what he said about that, where Jesus was taught, so-called taught, and where he was expressing, even when it came to like what you went into as far as like his feet and washing his feet being washed and Peter laying on his bosom, and he was expressing the love of his brother. And because they were all brothers and sisters, because they all believed, and he was expressing that. I mean, I even seen when I used to work in the warehouse years ago, especially when IG said, as far as the Africans, they used to come in holding hands, and we was like, "Yo, what the hell is going on with them?" Coming in the building holding hands. So when he said that's, I'm gonna go as far as that, as far as my
that's Beyonce, man. That's Beyonce.
The queen in her own right. She I ain't gonna deify her, but she's definitely in her African Ifa spirituality bag. Tell you that.
Man, but yeah. So that's.
Wait, I would know. Oh, I'm sorry. Sean, when you saying cloning, what do you mean cloning? As far as that, as far as are you saying the cloning as far as how we know it today, but then science or spiritual cloning? I mean, how you?
Well, to the degree that I can speak on it, because again, I'm not God, so we know that.
Right.
Boom. I'm not God, so I didn't do it. I didn't see it.
Okay.
So the closest concept I would know of creating a person from a person without sexual reproduction, without sperm and egg, without those two components, I don't have a word for that. The closest would be cloning, where they take genetic material from even one person, like Dolly the sheep. I take Dolly the sheep and I make a new Dolly the sheep. Now, its lived experience will be different than Dolly the sheep, but the genetic material will be the same.
Okay. So are you using the same? Are you using the same? Going with the same technology as we know it, or the same?
There'd be no way for it to be the same technology because it was 2,000 years ago.
Right. Okay. I got you. So now I see how you use it. All right. That's it.
Yeah. Welcome back, Bree. But yeah, that's what I got for. That's all I got for Jesus.
It is not far fetched for me to kind of like also see that being the traveling and the route and where Jesus was allegedly hiding out at the time, and I'm sorry, his Mary and Joseph was during his conception and trying to escape. I can see like the cultural interaction if you deal with the regionality of what's going on, how that you would only really be safe to hide out in certain countries that aren't as patriarchal in Northeast Africa in order to flee before all territory. Because we talk about Ethiopia, Egyptians, you're still going to deal with people that are Denisovan, different culture from the Greco-Romans that are now inhabiting. So I kind of can see where he would have a culture influence of that, to where, even taking my head out of it without me being, a Christian. But it's interesting that he say that, because And my friend Retro knows me because he even said my real name is Isaac. It's not like it's a big deal, but I always had it in my spirit to wash my friend's hair. Like, I don't give a damn, male or female. I just got a joy out of detangled, washing, and conditioning my male friend's hair. And most of my heterosexual male friends, it would never be on no funny shit. And even to this day, as I've learned more, it is a way that I show that I care for that person. It is a way. It has nothing to do with a sensuality thing as much that, okay, I learned this technique. Another man, Damian Walter on YouTube, he showed me the technique of clarifying shampoo, moisturizing shampoo, and conditioning or deep conditioner. And what does that mean and look like in that process and done? And since I will share that and had that expression from that profession from another man, it took it to the next level. So wanting to care for your friends, you can touch your friends intimately without it being sexual. And I would like to think that would be a good part. That too is where Jesus will be female, because not to say female isn't sexual, but if you're not in touch, like I'm in touch with that feminine part of me as a male, that I can see that that's how females and women love. I've always admired them for that, to seeing how they can exchange that with each other. And it could be sexual or not. It's still that vibration. And I think that Jesus, in that context of what you would think love would represent. And would have to be a woman, because I even me being a man and being the exception of the rule, I don't feel that's something that's going to be the majority. It would have to take an exceptional person, like you would say a Jesus. But I would still think that nature would belong more to a woman, despite me having the father that I have.
That's what's up.
I'm gonna be honest.
Anybody
It's
else?
really hard for me. Yeah, it's just really hard for me to wrap my mind around it, and I guess it's because my personal like connection or indoctrination to it, to like envision it or like carry it through the process and be, to like Jesus being a man. But I guess it's because I'm so disconnected from it that I'm like, okay, this is just a fable. I learned the, moral of the story, so it don't even matter. But yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying. Like you said, it's similar to what Isaac is saying. Like, how do we get this man from a woman without there being any type of reproduction? Right? Is
Yeah,
that what your point? So,
that's the point one. Yeah,
yeah. Or personally feel like, yeah, no, no, they just changed it to a man because of PRky. But
yeah.
yeah.
And
I mean,
that's
because it would
kind of,
make. Go ahead.
sorry. But like, who, and it's not, because I know you've done a review, I'm, Miss something Scylla. That is her. That would kind of be what you're kind of, I'm not, I'm saying you kind of supporting her perspective in that. And I see sometimes the logic in that. That in her mind, that would be what she would think. Absolutely, she would support that, because it's some of it's socialization, but the way that the female nature is ferocious, but have the nurturing and caring capacity in ways that males often do not. We have to be taught that. It's not something that comes as natural um, for us. So Jesus being a female isn't far fetched for me to wrap my head around it. It really, 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 really isn't.
And it would just make so many of the other pieces of the story make a little bit more sense. Like why they were so surprised by Jesus teaching around the doctors and stuff. Because the guys would have expected to follow that path anyway. Like that would have been the custom. So then the fact that why is everybody surprised that Jesus wants to be around, like be like the men, be like the patriarch? Why would it blow people's mind that Jesus is understanding things? Like, because you're going to have exceptional men. You're going to have exceptional teachers that rise up every now. Why would that surprise anybody? Unless you're not expecting this person to ever fill this role. IG blacked out. Must got
Yeah, and my, because my friend Retro, who's helped me, who's really educated me on trans and sex and gender from experiences and stuff like that. It's because now when I think about it, it's like, yeah, the language or the recognition of those people were not counted for, were not represented. So is it really far fetched that Jesus could have been a very masculine presented, which could pass for a social construct, or could have just been a type of female who have the more features like her father, and vice versa, like you said, having a baby face, being misgendered, right? Because you are part both of that genetic makeup. So
Or
what if Jesus could have far-fetched, could have been female and just presented very masculine? Hence why you said the photos that you were finding were very clean shaved.
or
Really?
what about intersex?
Or
Because
Or
just
intersex.
Or
intersex. That's what
possible.
I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah,
Intersex,
or
which actually
intersex.
makes sense spiritually to be, because, like I said, I don't think spirits are male or female. I think they would be a hermaphrodite, as they call them. Most spirits are depicted as hermaphroditic, I think, in text. So I'm like, even if Jesus was intersex, like being a
Yeah.
virgin makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense. Or
Yeah. Not
being
finding a wife. Yeah.
even,
Not taking a
yeah,
wife
even
at 30 would make a lot more
right.
sense.
And even his own father being like, that's not my kid. Because,
Hmm.
back then they'd be like, well, if something wrong with a kid, that's not my kid. I don't know who that kid came from. Or
Hmm.
just seeing them as special because they have certain traits that the average kid doesn't have, or it's something that they've never seen before. So they're like, oh,
Yeah.
this special. This kid is close to the spirits. This is what spirits are like. This child is a child of God. Like, I mean, that would make sense to me that Jesus could potentially be intersex.
And why in all four gospels it has a variation of the verse why a prophet is not honored in his own home and his own da 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 da. Like maybe like a lot of people who are different are rejected by their own families and most in the community. Like
Bingo.
again, if he didn't fit,
Can y'all explain? I'll get the definition. I mean, intersex. What does that? Can y'all explain that? I just want to get the make sure
Re-
I'm what that.
Retro explain it because Retro is more experienced.
um, yeah, well, intersex is kind of complicated, but because there's a lot of gray areas. But it basically means that a person doesn't have fully developed or fall onto one or the other side of the reproductive system. So there's a lot of combinations. They could have a smaller version or underdeveloped version of both, or maybe the vagina, but then not a full penis, or no testicles, or there's a lot of different variations.
But as they grow, what happens then? Could it be?
It depends on what the doctors decide when they're a child. A lot of times they're gonna have make a choice for them, and so then as they grow up, then they'll have. If they cut off the penis or whatever was there of it, then they're just gonna have a vagina. But then oftentimes you'll still see these people's gender may vary or something like that, where it'll be like a trans man, but they were born with the penis, but they all they have is a vagina left. So it just depends on what they do, but I don't think a lot of I've never seen anyone with both.
But can I
I'll
actually,
say
Yeah, not fully.
but
I've
can I,
seen intersex babies a lot,
but
intersex
what,
newborns.
but what scientifically, what would happen then? Couldn't then if the person is intersex, can even if they don't do anything surgically or medical, especially you consider the time of Jesus,
Mm.
is it possible or has it been studied that one sex becomes more dominant of the other? Like just like you can have certain women who are they got all the female parts down there, honey, but they got a full beard. You see what I'm saying? So it is there something that where the whatever it is the dominant sex takes over, or it
I
could
think it I think it's like where the gonads, which would be like the testicles or the ovaries, whichever one of those is more developed or functional,
Mhm.
that's gonna be important because that's what emits the hormones in your body, and your hormones tell your body how to process the food. That's why the like hormone therapy is so important for the transgenders as far as their body is developed, because when you stop the testosterone and you add the estrogen, when you eat food, the estrogen is gonna tell your body where to send the fat. along with how to process it and whatnot. So you got to have more of one or the other in order for your body to operate function. So if you don't have really like testicles, but you have ovaries, then they're probably gonna put you on the female side. If you have testicles, but you have like labia, they'll probably remove or sew that up.
Well, I
What?
understand the biological part. What about the spiritual part, though?
But
As
that's
far as
very
how it
complicated
actions.
because you know
What you
people have
mean?
duality in their spirit
Right.
without any. They can be cisgender and still
Yeah.
have that duality there. So
Uh-huh.
it's
Do they?
subjective.
Is that also? Do
Related.
they take that into determination though, or no?
I
When you
wouldn't
say determination of what?
the gender.
Because what you was describing you know, the biological part of it. When it comes,
Um, I think those are three different mutually exclusive aspects. So a person's gender and expression and identity and their sex are two different things, but if they're a feminine entity spiritually, that's intangible or more or less something that we can't see.
And you wouldn't be able to pick that up at birth anyway. Like you
Right,
wouldn't be
you
able to
wouldn't
pick it
know
up in
when
the
they're
early
Yeah.
making
years.
those decisions.
Yeah.
but you will later on, right? If the,
So
Yeah.
spiritually is going to be something different that you would have to kind of figure out on your own, or you may never even know. But as far as your gender is concerned, that's going to be more in your preferences.
Yeah. Spiritually, my femininity comes. I'm not trying to emulate womanhood. It's the spirit of my mother. The characteristics of myself. I'm very much in tune with feminine female entities because I carry the spirit and physicality of my mother. So I'm not I am not a trans person or intersex person. Obviously, I was born male, but nor am I a trans person just because I embody the spirit of feminine entity within myself. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to express outwardly the physical ideal construct of woman. So you can be intersex is not going to make it's going to make a difference in their experience, what's connected to their flesh, but it's not going to necessarily be any different from a like Retro was saying, a person that's just born with one. Just
Mhm.
it's still you're still going to be. That's why even in the Bible it mentions spirit as wisdom, patience. It generalizes and chooses to use female spirits because when they're attributing it to a characteristic or behavior, because you can have a spirit that is feminine and be male and not be trans or intersex.
okay, so it could go either way. Okay, all right. And I just wanted to see how did they use it. Do they use it and determine as far as what y'all was describing, on the outwardly?
Yeah, it's subjective, I think, from each
Yeah.
person.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to get a full understanding. That's all.
How come this show's called Critically Drinking and I'm the only nigga on here drinking?
So
I
say
already
less.
had my sip.
Shit.
I
Hold on, I'll
already
be
had my
right
sip.
back.
That's great. I'm up here just sipping. I'm just pouring this bottle. They're
I
gonna be like
see.
a motherfucking drunk.
Yeah, I'm out.
I
I'm
gotta
I'm
out.
make sure
sorry.
I show weed because niggas see you hitting a bowl of pipe, they think crack. Well, it's crystal meth in 2024.
I mean, I
But
I mean,
got
that's
some
what I put in
wine.
the chat.
I can have some wine. I can get a glass so you won't drink by yourself.
what type of wine you like, dog? I like me like a dark red blend type of bitch.
I'm a New Zealand, Australia wine girly, so I like Sauvignon Blanc from like New Zealand. Because
Okay.
they're a little bit more acidic. I don't like French wines. I really like California Pinots because they're like more berry, like
Mm-hmm.
bolder, brighter.
Yeah.
And I do like blends, but mostly if it's from like Australia or New Zealand, I'm there. Like I will
Oh,
drink.
you don't like French wines?
I mean, I'd like it with food. Like if I'm gonna pair, I like it with food, but I don't just drink
I'm
French
gonna recommend something that I like. Are you more of a medium or a sweet lady when it comes to your reds?
medium. I don't. Yeah, not.
Okay, I recommend it's a wine that you could get relatively. It's not that specific. It's called Menage a Trois, and
I've
I
heard of it.
recommend getting the medium sweet or the midnight. It's literally called Menage a Trois.
Yeah, I know of the brand. Yeah.
Oh,
Sean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hit that correct, Greg Brown? That first one he said that is a
Yeah, I'm
different.
gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
Huh?
Yeah,
that is a different in intersex situations. Like, well, yeah, I think when you talking about intersex too, I just wanted to say, like, just for your own thought, like, you know how there's like male or female assigned at birth based on genitalia. Like, this is another category based on it's some mix, and it can't be said all one or the other. That is basically what this term is for. It's not about the mind, that designation. It's not about the mind. It's just another, they are neither male nor female. They are something in between. It's a spectrum. The genitalia spectrum, I guess, would be one end, the other end, and then intersex is everything in between that.
Oh, okay. So you're excluding the mind and stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Because it's not just a mind thing for the intersex person, as it is indeed physically biological.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I was. Okay. That's what I wanted to. Okay. Okay.
They're
So
neither
they don't take that in consideration even as they grow at all, or they just go by the biological part. That's it.
Well,
they're
I mean,
they're neither one.
Yeah.
Basically, I think what we're trying to get to is that the gender and the sex are mutually exclusive.
Right.
So it could be, and the sexuality. So it could be, any combination. They could be intersex and then live as a man or a woman or somewhere in between, non-binary per se. And then they could also be straight, gay, pansexual. These things are all exclusive of each other.
And they could be, and they could naturally, by them being intersex, they could naturally be what we call androgynous. Depending on what they wear or what they present, they can look male or they can look female.
And some just live androgynous, like they're non-binary, and they and like now I know it used to be where the parents would decide, but I think now like it's even best practice. It's starting to become best practice to not make that decision.
And maybe
for them.
And maybe that's why Jesus was such an exception, like Arshawn said, which backs up that is some natural biological aspect to Jesus being female and having things internally to have the type of characteristic and the capacity to be so empathetic.
So y'all trying to tell me that Jesus is a strong black woman?
I mean, and you saw the way he had that fish fry. He had back-to-back fish fry.
Jesus was a strong day. I would be okay with saying Jesus could have been a day.
Jesus was a strong Asian woman.
Asian woman
definitely not Asian woman.
Ain't feeding 9,000 people.
Now we get
and I ain't finding one sister that's finna wash nobody feet, nigga.
I mean, that's a good point too.
Please, there's women out here giving their men pedicures and all kind of shit all the time. Stop playing.
That's true.
Stop playing.
Just out of what?
First
of all,
them be the worst feet.
First
Get out of here. Women be giving their men pedicures. Y'all know y'all ain't getting to them feet.
First of all,
y'all ain't doing them feet.
That's why I had to
toenail.
go to the look.
If you had to go to the salon, then that's on you.
No, I would much rather prefer mean lean. I'm just saying, I don't want nobody who won't complain about they doing the shit either.
What if she's volunteering?
Doing that
complain.
Hey, Yellow, my lover.
That's better for submission. That's a better sign of submission. You can complain. I don't want to hear that shit.
My love cut my toenails every month.
Yeah, just watching random feet. That's something different.
They wasn't random.
Your man, that's cool. They was very much random.
That was not random.
It was the homies.
They was traveling the countryside all together all that time. Like 3 years.
Okay, Yellow, are you the type of dude to where I'm serious? Like, okay, nigga, if somehow we was playing video games and chilling, and nigga, if you had an itch on the back of your shoulder, would you feel very uncomfortable or weird to ask me, nigga, to scratch that?
I'm a die of trying to fucking.
Okay, well, I know. That's your boundary. And look, nigga, I just know not to act. Look, I know not to offer now. We clear. Okay,
you know what
cool.
I'm gonna ask you?
I know not to offer. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
because my shoulder dislocated. That's why.
Well, damn. Okay, shit. I'm like, is that nigga contortionist? What the fuck?
Yeah, just ask for somebody to scratch it. And also in their culture, I mean, they was washing feet. It wasn't like completely random to wash feet.
No, it's not
It was like
completely
a thing.
random.
Yeah, it was
It's
like a thing to wash feet.
but it wasn't like a thing for
For
the
him
leader.
to do it to them.
Exactly. And that's, I mean, because they made a point of saying that. They made a point of saying that
Yeah.
you shouldn't be doing
The story I heard from a lot of it's just me, and this gonna be all types of blasphemous, I guess. From what I heard, so the idea was like I'm with the Jesus being a woman thing because I can see Bible was wrote like that. But the disciples was men because you was like, they was complaining about her, like you said, using the stuff, just using the expensive shit, right?
Being extra.
No.
Being extra. Jesus was being extra.
Jesus
being
extra.
Or if it was a gay man too. I mean, it is what
either way.
I'm
being extra.
It is on some woman stuff. Y'all feet dirty. Come.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this.
Don't say mine there.
I'm just saying. This one chick is hanging around a bunch of dudes. She
Hey, Mary was there.
I mean, you gotta bring a friend if you want to come hang out. All I know is you washing the guy's feet. You might be washing all of something else too.
Not you calling Jesus a hoe.
I mean,
are you implying she was getting blacked?
Was she the jump off of the crew? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not finna travel. I'm not finna travel across several countries and not bring no coochie with me.
Well, that's why I don't think Jesus was actually a woman. I think if anything, Jesus would have been intersexed.
But are we implying Mary was a MILF? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Hey.
Well, the first follower was a prostitute.
Yeah, yep. Didn't Mary Magdalene wash? She was the first one. Yeah, she's supposed to be sucking your dick, Jesus, not washing your feet.
Hoes like to get along as far as that.
That might have been strategic. That might have been the jump off to keep them off of Jesus so that she could stay about the ministry.
Ooh.
Or Mary just really knew the secret because maybe it was like, oh, let me pull up to this brothel. And then they're like, oh, I know your secret. And it's like, okay, come on, you be with me. I'll save you from this place. Come follow me.
We also had to jump offs that knew how to bring the other jump offs back. That's kind of like a skill for her to have.
I think it was like, I know your secret. Okay, I'm gonna keep your all the time. I think it was, I'm gonna keep your secret safe. You need somebody like that in your corner. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who know your secret, like you can trust them. They're gonna keep my secret. I just finished watching this anime, The Blue-Eyed Samurai, and it's giving that, like, you know.
I watched that too. I watched the whole thing too.
You know, the people in the brothels be knowing all the prostitutes know everybody tea.
Yep.
You know, so I'm just saying, something like that. I know the tea.
So, I mean, there's something. I can't prove it, obviously. But I really feel like it would fill in some gaps. Pause. I just think it would.
He said pause.
I'm just saying.
Hey yo.
You know. Would anything less if he were or they were intersex, would it change anything about the story? I mean, the ultimate story. Would it change anything to the negative, to the contrary?
I think it would be harder to accept because of the patriarchy. Like the reason this all works is because of the triple masculine God. Any deviation from that, I think, with Christianity couldn't work in the way that we need it.
Not triple D.
Polypene.
Polypene.
Okay. I mean, but as far as like the story of in God's eyes, as far as needing the sacrifice and all that would have been fine.
That would have been fine.
It would have still worked.
It would actually make intersex would actually make more sense because God can't be gendered. Like God couldn't be one or the other. God would have to have both present, or there'd have to be two gods. Like there are two people that make a kid.
Or be effective at the very least.
Yeah, so it's I don't know.
It would make sense.
It would make a lot more sense, but I don't think people would be able to accept that. I mean, because you see how bad a brown skinned Little Mermaid made people freak out. Imagine an intersex savior. Imagine an intersex or female savior. This is a Little Mermaid. This is just from a storybook
It's a
that people know
fictional
is a storybook.
story.
Not people
Right.
are basing their lives on it, thinking they're getting eternal life from this being. Imagine changing that.
Isn't it the same difference? Oops.
I
I'm about
mean,
to
for
say.
most of us, yes. For most of us, it's the exact same difference. But for a lot of people, they're like, "Oh no, this is my Lord and Savior." I mean, shoot, we've had people leave this stream saying, "I got to tap out. This is blasphemy." I mean,
Oh,
what are we
y'all
talking
chased
about?
somebody off while I was gone?
Oh, yeah,
We weren't trying to. We just, you know,
What, when it came up that Jesus was a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Wow,
brought
all
up
crazy shit we done said. Adam smashing sheep, and that
and
was
I
the
made
thing,
Hey,
huh?
listen,
They probably
everybody's
clocked
got
out
their
with
own
the
level.
trans Eve.
Jesus could have been getting, in touch with his divine femininity. Yeah, that's too much for TV, girl.
Man, some
Hey,
people,
listen.
well, that's because the way they was, some people look at it differently or see it one way because the way they was taught. So I can understand
Oh
that.
yeah,
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 I get. Especially with religiosity. Oh
yeah,
yeah, I totally understand. Like this would make a bitch clutch their pearls and put their finger
yeah.
up in it, and walk out the church.
Right.
And I promise you, 20 years ago, hey, anybody had said this, I'd have left from around them because I
Yeah.
was like, okay, the devil. I
This is
mean, the
the
devil.
body.
There's something. I'm gonna get struck. Like something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
Like
this is
Now,
the
I
somebody.
body.
never was like that, even because I've been part of holiness and Pentecost. I was never like that because I always wanted to learn. I was like, I'm intrigued. Like, okay, teach me why are you thinking that way, or why. So that's me. But I understand why
Yeah.
other people.
Nah, I grew up with the fear base. Like I promise you, I
He
was in my
gonna smite
20s,
you.
my lower 20s. Yeah, I was in my lower. I was scared to go into a liquor store.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
Wow.
yeah, like I mean, I was the indoctrination was deep. I had to break
Oh, wow.
completely out of that.
Oh, wow.
Like that was actually my turning point. Like it was something. I was supposed to be going to a holiday party at work, and I was supposed to be picking up a bottle, and I'm standing outside of a liquor store, just froze, and I'm like, I cannot live like this. It's a store, and I'm watching people go in and out, and I'm like, it's just a store, but I'm paralyzed.
Right.
I'm like, man, if I go in here, I'm going to hell. So I'm like, at that point is when I started my departure journey. I'm like, I
I
can't
had to
live like
figure
this.
out how to get in that store in peace.
Yeah, I'm like, this can't be it. This can't be what God intended. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm afraid that if I walk in here, I'm gonna die and go to hell. That can't be what love or God is.
And that's because that's because the institutionalism of it. It's not like you. And I have to give Christians credit, and not just be like they're completely stupid or unintelligible because I can look at, well, no, realistically, look, bitch, this is how the world bases its politics. My country, in particular, bases its politics, bases its decisions, bases how it's functioned, and it goes about. So I can see why that is a real thing for a person to believe that thing, and especially if it's tied to your livelihood. If you are connected to the religious sector or political sector, it is also part of a social window dressing that is often networking and used.
Yeah.
It's also if it works for you, right? Like if you're cis hetero and you're part of the exclusive club, or you're not this born with this desire to sin or whatever the case inherently.
Yeah.
I think it works. It's easier to kind of remain or be indoctrinated in it, and it just kind of works for you.
Oh yeah.
Um, that's an interesting topic though. Like when people begin, I don't know if it's called deconstruction or when people begin to like question their faith. Like each
Mhm.
person, it hits them at a different time for a different reason. I was real little, and when I realized that I was gay, and my grandma was like, God don't like that baby. And this and this. She was the one who taught me how to pray. And, I was really troubled for a long time because I was like, so this is who I really am. This is how I was born. So does that mean God hates me? And then why me
Mhm.
of all other people? I don't have any ulterior motive or evil intent. Oh, well, that's your cross to bear or some, I'm like, no, 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 that doesn't make sense. There's got to be a
Vague
reason why.
euphemisms.
Yeah, why did they incorporate this into the Bible? What is the purpose of this? Which is questioning it, which means that you're kind of doing the wrong thing, but you got
Hmm.
to make it make sense in order to have peace in your life too. So it's interesting to hear like you say, oh, okay, that was my turning point right there when I was going into the liquor store.
Hmm. Yeah, that was a problem. I was a grown man living with a woman and scared to go into a liquor store. I was like, which was really crazy. That was actually part of my thought process. Like, I live with a woman. I'm already living in sin. Like, so why am I scared
Right.
to go in here? Like, it was ridiculous. But I was like, it was weird. Like, at that point, I had that my cognitive dissonance like would not allow me to move further. Like, I have to solve this because it doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, none of the like where my sin is overwhelming and where my sin is acceptable. Like, that was I had to
Right.
work that out.
Mm. How much of that? That's what. Yeah, it's like how much of that was socialization, as it much was indoctrination.
Yeah.
You know, that being used in what is talked about, what is used as the example. You know what I'm saying? It's like you didn't come to that determination just within your own. No, it was what was presented around you to be demonized, because in the respectability politics part of it, that's the easy one, the obvious one to point out, to make people feel bad for socializing. Now, if you're talking about just drunkenness in the sense of recklessness, you ain't got to look to the Bible to figure out that's a fucking problem. But that's the one that they would harp on, along with, of course, the gays. It's
Yep.
like, you see, but then I had to come to the terms, just like you came to say, well, wait a minute. I hear
Mm-hmm.
about all this underage sexual activity between cis hetero men and cisgendered females within the church. I hear about all of this, and I look at all of and these people are within the same doctoral text, and in the industry of this, and God is allowing their free will and they to be the representative and prosper in the system. And I'm sitting up
Yep.
here based off of respect because your spirit is genuine, Arshawn. You really didn't want to do that. That's
Right.
the difference between some people who really do have integrity. They're doing it because someone else is watching them do that, versus that what you feel in your heart.
Yeah,
And the
that's
system took
facts.
advantage of that.
Yeah. That's one of the things I had to learn how to like. I learn to adultify myself because I think the religion will keep you infantilized. The religion will keep you in a
Yeah.
child mind where the thinking is done for you. And I had to learn. I had to pick my values for myself because again, like you said, the socialization from my family and from the church, it was the pick and choose, like the Pikachu's. It was like we picked and choose what
Pika.
was a sin. Yeah. And that's why we did. Like that's why I didn't feel like living with a woman was so terrible because everybody in my family was kind of like that. And like everybody still went to church. And like the church was full of people that was like shacking up or had a child out of wedlock. But there's other things they just never did and it was unacceptable. Like so it's like it was weird. I was like, when I thought about it, I'm like, wait a minute. When I read for myself, I'm like, this doesn't even make any sense. But not trying to make it about me. I do want to start wrapping up, but I do want everybody to start like getting any final thoughts or things in before we go, man. Retro, I want to start with you because I ain't heard your voice in a minute, except for like, you've been interjecting, but you hadn't, got your thoughts off in a minute. But Retro, I really appreciated everything you brought to the table today, and I appreciate you coming. I do apologize. We talked off you quite a bit. There's a few times I know it was like 15, 20, 30 minutes. I didn't hear your voice for a stretch. So I apologize for that. I like to try to make sure we work people in. But any thoughts that we did not get expressed that you wanted to get out, or if you do social media, if you wanted to shout yourself out, any of that stuff, man, just take some time for yourself.
I'm not real long-winded. I'm a good listener. And so sometimes when I say something, I'll be scared to go on lives because I'll end the live. I'll say something and it's like, okay, there's nothing else to talk about. So sometimes I will kind of sit back, or I'm glad, when I'm the last person to speak on the topic or whatever. So we can go on and wrap it up. But no, I really enjoyed this. I'm glad it opened some people's minds to different things. It definitely opened my mind to some, different aspects. But I still pretty much, at this point, stand on, the belief that Mother Nature is God, and that, karma is another spiritual being or form of God. And I don't think that there's any gender on any of this stuff that's controlling what we have going on. One thing I would kind of suggest or just mention for people, especially Eric,
Von
is it
Eric?
Yeah,
Von
Vaughn.
Eric? There's this thing called human design, and that speaks a lot to chakras and the things that you were asking about, and what Isaac was talking about. Human design is kind of like a combination of all the zodiac signs and charts, and it can tell you where you fall. There's like 4 different sections within that chart, and based upon your birthday and the time you were born, just really specific on that. But that can kind of point you in the right direction with a lot of the questions that you had about chakras and different things and how they attribute to you. And it seems like an awakening or an enlightenment for a lot of different people. Once they read that, they know, okay, this gut feeling is what I'm here. That's part of my purpose in life, to get information or have an experience. And what my gut tells me is how I respond versus just being caught up in the moment or using previous trauma and different things to handle the situation. So you may want to look into the human design, um, because that may enlighten you a little bit. But other than that, I mean, y'all guys really nailed it. This was an interesting conversation. I appreciate Isaac inviting me and you allowing me to come up here and share with you guys. And I hope what I did share was kind of helpful to y'all. So it was nice to
Oh,
meet y'all.
absolutely. Now, you definitely brought a lot of clarity, especially to the things around gender and sex. Like, I think you definitely brought a lot. So I appreciate that. Brother Von Eric, man, I do want to ask you, like, again, like this is kind of like this whole series is kind of spawned off of your questions. Like, do you feel like we've done some of your questions and topics justice? Like, I'm not. I don't even know what. Let me say. Let me. Do you think we did it justice? Are you satisfied? Let me. Are you entertained?
Pretty much all of it. I still would like to go deeper. I appreciate Retro with the chakra. I'm gonna get that book, Human Design. So I'm gonna get that. I appreciate you recommend that to me also. What everybody was saying. Oh, I loved it. It was answering a lot of my thoughts and my questions. Some I would like to go deeper in it, to get the definition. I think, as Cornel West said, he said too many people do a lot of arguments instead of defining the words first before you make the arguments. So that's what I was trying to get to see where people's heart was as far as their interpretation, which was, very much appreciated. And I'm glad to be here and feel honored to be here to learn from some brothers and sisters that has much knowledge. And I appreciate y'all for giving and expressing that knowledge, because now I can use that to grow throughout my day and everyday life. So much love to everyone. And people in the chat too, the questions they asked too. Much love.
Oh yeah, definitely. Same to you, Von. I promise you. Like some of the questions you asked, stuff my mind never even sparked in that direction before. So I'm glad that you have like. A lot of people are timid, and I'm glad that you will say or ask a question that other people won't, because they like are worried about looking stupid or sounding. You'll ask a question that nobody's asked before, regardless, no matter what people think. So I appreciate that, because it brings out thoughts that I've never thought before. So I thank you for just being you in this space, man.
Thanks.
IG or Isaac, as it's been said.
Nah, niggas know my government name, Senor. Nigga, put my
Not the
government
most
name.
Abrahamic religion
Yeah,
name.
ain't that a bitch? And I'm a heathen. Hold on, look, let me try to finish it. Look. Look. But but that's because my folks was also at Christianity, but they were also in their spiritualism. And because my Paul had me at the age of 60, and my mom was 47 when they procreated and made me. So that's why they was like, oh, we're gonna name this nigga Isaac, because sure wasn't trying to do that. My dad said, oh, we were married for 2 years. I loved your mama, but I'm gonna tell you the truth, son, we were having sex. We were eating good, having a few drinks. We weren't thinking of no procreation. No, we was just being male, and we were not being parents. We were just being man and woman. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate this. I was looking forward to this, and this is my Saturday thing. This was my thing to do, like the highlight of my Saturday. It's always a pleasure listening, being part of the panel. I'm definitely going to be more over here often. I have more of it's good that I have conversations with people that are within the faith that I used to be a part of, and you can still have that relatability spiritually and intellectually. So it's nice. That's why I really do appreciate Bree for that as well. You know, being able to just have that, like, wow. So I'm really, 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 really glad to have those type of conversations. I'm glad everybody was on here expressing myself. I didn't got tipsy because I was the only one here drinking for fucking everybody. So, but yeah, definitely, I have took away a lot of enlightenment, a lot of directions and things to meditate and think on. And I appreciate everybody on this panel. Much love.
Jit. Man, you already know I appreciate you coming through IG. You definitely be dropping a lot of gems. So man, I'm glad that everybody that was here was here. Because I really enjoyed this conversation. Now, Brizzle, Big Bree, Big Bang Bree, Big Bang Bree. What's going on with you? How did you enjoy the conversation? Are you sad? Are you regretful that you took up my invitation to be here? Give us your thoughts.
No, I'm glad I was here. Lois stopped by. That's why I disappeared. She popped up. You know, she had to drop my coat off. I left it. But she was ashamed and just disgusted with the conversation. I was just giving her a quick glimpse of. I was telling her kind of some of the stuff we were talking about. I told her about the Adam being hooked up with the animals, and she was like, "Y'all are crazy." So she shook her finger at us and laughed on the way out the house because she said we ridiculous. But we probably would have a good conversation about some of the stuff we talked. You know, this is kind of what my family does. Like, no idea is too crazy to talk about. We're all believers. We all believe Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. But we have conversations like this. Like, I'll pull up on my mom and be like, "Hey, like, what if like Cain and like Satan was," we just be talking about all kind of crazy shit like this. And so it's just nothing is too crazy to talk about. Like, at least walk it through. So I like having conversations like this where you can just throw out ideas and no one's scared that they're gonna go to hell, you know, or be smitten, or is that smoten? I don't know. But anyway, it was good. It was good. It was a good conversation to have. You know, smited.
Smithered.
I feel
You're
like
getting
all of
smithered.
those work smithered. You know, I really am gonna take, because I was looking to do a Bible study. Rashawn knows I come in there and I talk about, you know, all kinds. You know, I talk about the stuff randomly. So I'm gonna be looking into the human race being all of us are female, because that'll be a fun one to do. I'm definitely gonna be looking into some of this stuff more and not have fun. Sorry, I got contentious. Not really. I'm not sorry. Let me not say that.
No, you cool.
You know, if it bothered anybody, then you know,
I had your back.
I'm sorry you had that experience of me, but I would not do it any differently.
Me and Retro had your back.
Yeah, y'all had my back. Thank you. I appreciate that, because Rashawn didn't. But yeah, so I'm glad and you survived the conversation as well. You know, I'm be petty because that's
I had your back, but it was about to be that knife. It was about to be the knife.
Like, square up. I mean, it's really nobody scared of you. So,
and I'm
anyway,
equality. I'm like, well, shit. You know, you got 2 or 3 on your side, nigga. She need more than one. You know what I'm saying? So it's balance, yin and yang.
Right. So no, I think this is great. I look forward to the next one. I have all kind of rogue Bible theories, so I just love stuff like this. Even though I was scared about the trans thing, because I was just really like, my knee-jerk reaction was like, "See, y'all doing too much." That was Rashawn. No, I came in the Discord like, Rashawn, why are you doing this? Like,
she was angsty.
I was like, this is ridiculous. But then I feel like that meant I should come be part of the conversation so I could hear it fully.
Yeah. I believe in it. Anything that you know is not going to hurt you or kill you, but to, like, kind of put you off, I think we're supposed to lean into. Like, it's meant to challenge us. If we know it's safe, and it's like me in the liquor store, like, that's my thing. Like, if it's uncomfortable, but I know it's not going to kill me, I need to try it. Like, I need to.
And I did want to say, like, that was my main question, and I'm not trying to like lead it anywhere, but I was like, what would that change? And I think I kind of asked it about if Jesus was intersexed. You know, like, but I think I did pick up from the conversation, and that was my main concern. Like, what would this change for people to be able to see it from that perspective? You know, and I think that's what ultimately I kind of started to get a feel for that as we talked. So that's it.
I think it would vary personally, though. See, because it just sounds like to me, regardless of you being a Christian, spirit spiritually, you have an openness to where it wouldn't change.
I
But
hate
for
you.
for other people whose belief that is rooted in a certain reality and a perspective, and that weighs on it, it's gonna mean something different. Just like some people are cool with, okay, yeah, I'm okay with homosexuals get married, but not really. I'm not. It's disgusting, and it's not part of the institution of marriage. It's gonna vary. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that but it's gonna shake some feathers. But I think it will change maybe some people's outlook because it'll kind of shift the paradigm of what we've been extremely taught, all just male. You see what I'm saying? It would kind of shift. It will shift, but I don't know. I can't say how it's gonna shift for everybody, but maybe it's gonna definitely be a change.
Yeah. Like for me, like real quick, 'cause I want everybody to answer Bree's question before we go. Like, what would it change for you, and what do you think would change for everybody? And again, we're just going to order we started in, and then we'll like finish up with Yellow and his final thoughts, because his final thoughts are always short, like I said what I said, or smoke weed every day, or something stupid like that. But anyway, Retro, what do you think about what Bree asked? Like, if all the things that we proposed, the transgender Eve, woman intersex Jesus, if there's the Mother Earth as well as the Father God, if all that stuff were absolutely true, and even if it was provable and everybody understood that, what do you think it would mean for humanity, and what would that mean for you?
Um, well, with the intersex Jesus, I don't think that would really change that much. But I do feel like the acknowledgement of a feminine entity would definitely change things as far as patriarchy is concerned. The transgender Eve, subjective. It could be controversial, but because it's so mythical, I don't know how much that would change things. But I do think the acknowledgement of a feminine entity that's just as up there, just as powerful and responsible for what's going on as the Sky Daddy per se. I think that that would change a lot, and I think that it actually be for the better. Maybe balance things out a little bit, and dial it back a notch from man thinking that he's God and he can put his hand on top of Mother Nature's hand, which is actually kind of, destroying the earth. So yeah, I think that that acknowledgement would actually have been a good thing. That's it
Oh,
for
what
me.
about you, Von Eric? I was muted.
No, and no, it doesn't change my core understanding when it comes to God. But outside of that, I put things where in perspective. What they say when they say guided by the Holy Spirit. That's why I don't turn away anything when it comes to people talking or giving me information or explaining information. So that only thing it does is as far as where I will put it. Should I put it here? Should I put it there? Should I put it over there? It's like I'm putting a puzzle together. That's how I look at it. I'm putting a puzzle together, and I just place different pieces of the puzzle where it needs to be, so I can get the whole totality of understanding when it comes to God, because God created all things. So I want to know why this person is saying this, how the creation part of it, where the person is coming from, things like that. So that's why I don't, turn it away. But as far as the core, as far as my understanding when it comes to God, that doesn't change.
For me, I'm gonna say I don't like, as far as the individual things. I don't think any of them would change too much more, except for the Jesus one. I think the Jesus one, if that were a woman specifically, I think that would change quite a bit, because that would mean, like, because we already have that, like that patriarchal man sacrifice your life thing. Like, that's kind of like an accepted thing that we don't even think about anymore. It just runs in the background. Guy sacrifices his life. The greatest gift you can do is sacrifice your life for a friend. The fallen soldier thing where they're holding the flag. There's always this thing about sacrifice, man, sacrifice your life. But if it was a woman that sacrificed her life for the sins of everybody, I don't know. I think that would change something. I don't even know what, but I feel like energetically, a woman dying for everybody's sins, I feel like that would means something different to society. Like, I don't know that it would stop patriarchy. I don't know that. I feel like we would still find another way to shoehorn patriarchy back in. But I do feel like that would change some dynamic if the woman were the sacrificial lamb for humanity in Christianity.
I would like to build on that one. If a woman died for our sins, would it do?
Yeah.
What would the change be? I would like to have that conversation.
Yeah. I mean, especially since it's for all the children. You know what I'm saying? Like if we go with the energy of like humans, like guys sacrifice their lives, but there's a sacrificial nature to a mother to want what's best for the children. So the person who would most likely intercede to stop you from your worst outcome would typically be the mother.
Oh, I can see that. Didn't a woman, didn't a women slave killed their children because I shouldn't say that word, but took their children. They didn't want them to become slaves like themselves and go through the pain and torment they went through as a slave. So
yeah, because one of the father principles is, oh, you want to make stupid choices? What's that stupid? Make dumb decisions. Get dumb consequences. Like that's kind of a father thing.
Fuck around and find out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Win stupid
prizes. And that's kind of a father thing. Okay, you want to use these dumb choices and be disobedient. Let me watch you walk into this wall. Let me watch you walk into the fire. Like that's kind of
Old Testament daddy. Definitely. Old Testament was on daddy energy. Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. So the pathology. It definitely matches the pathology.
Yeah. So I think I don't know. I think like patriarchy still would have got shoehorned in because we're men. I just think that's us. But I also do think that it would change the energy and the dynamic of the faith practice if it was a divine mother like sacrifice of Jesus. I think the love concept would feel more loving if that specific dynamic of the Trinity was a mother, like Jesus was a woman that died for our sins. I think guys could come to that love easier than that whole I'm the bride of Christ and I'm about to get bent over in heaven, like Bree said. I think like cishet men.
Aren't you excited?
That was a big one, right?
You know what I'm saying?
cishet men, I think would
your
find the
feminine energy by the time you get up there.
Laying on
Some of us
Jesus' bosom.
homosexual. I don't want no mystical penis.
Be pagan.
Oh my God.
What about you, IG, about Bree's question? What do you think it would mean for like humanity in general? And then what about for you yourself?
I mean, I thought I already answered. I thought my first, going to it. Yeah, we can go to yellow because I already kind of told her what I thought. Like just to reiterate a little bit, it would vary, but I did have this thought, and not trying to just be an asshole, but that would have the only way that would be possible is if there wasn't the gender construct of women being inferior, because a woman's life is worth less in a patriarchal society. So the only way for a woman dying for and within a patriarchal society to mean something is that she would have to mean something besides being an easy bake oven of life. So that's the only way I can see that. I don't see that a bunch of men who come up with a deity system with males changing. Oh, well, it turns out that Jesus was chromosomal. Even if you put the science in it. Oh, well, Jesus was chromosomal, really an intersex person. So what? They still it was presented as masculine and as male. And I don't value, and it's still in my best interest. And because of how I'm socialized, I wouldn't see it being possible. You would have to then go back and rebalance the whole calibration because women's life wasn't as valued as highly as males, despite how much they do. So that would be my only thing. I kind of see where, for people, if you're going to carry that same understanding, then now it's not going to really make a difference. But for those of us who are spiritual, in the sense that, yeah, it would mean something to us. Now, hopefully, the people that would be something that could shift the overwhelming majority, and that's where faith comes in and hope or manifesting, however you want to cut it. I would like to think so that it would wake it up something and shift. But going from the negative side or the dark side of the shock of the wheel, I can see like there would have to be a complete shifting of the the gender and how we see sex in the hierarchy of that, for that to be significant to most men.
I could dig that. Now, Bree, the way you asked the question, it already kind of
Yeah.
implies your answer, but I'd like you to answer your own question. What would it mean for you if things were different?
I think it would just be a more balanced story. I think that also, I think having more feminine aspects in the story would be helpful to women because generally in Christianity, there's not much direction for women. Like, I feel like men have a lot of Bible standards that they have to uphold. Like, you got to kind of be the head of your household, like how people say, oh, patriarchy doesn't benefit men and stuff. And like, I see that even there's this pressure that there's always this example for y'all, but there's not really any for women, even but like there's the Proverbs 31 wife, everybody talks about that shit, and it's like,
y'all got scraps.
Shit. Right. So I just feel like having this divine mother, or like even the earth, which I kind of have come to this thing of finding spiritual blueprints for what kind of woman I want to be. But I think if it was generally taught, I think it would be useful, and like people maybe would be more, let me not change, like human nature wouldn't change, so we probably still would be ain't shit, but I think it would be helpful to have more reverence for the earth that sustains us. I don't think we have a lot, and I think there are people who are trying to protect the earth and make that push for it, but just imagine that being written into the doctrine that is the main deciding factor of how people move and make laws. Like, if that was a part of it, I think it would be a little bit easier to get some of that stuff done for sure.
I like that. Now we come to the big chief, the CEO of Yellow Pill Coffee Co., the man who has no plan of getting bent over by Jesus, Yella himself. You don't want Jesus in you,
Absolutely
man?
not. Absolutely not.
You don't want to be in Jesus?
Absolutely.
He got mansions and crowns.
That's why I'm banking on. That's why I'm banking on everything being a woman. Basically,
you hoping it's a woman?
I'm banking on everything being a woman now. You know what I'm saying?
His father got many mansions.
I mean, her daddy rich.
It could be Puff Daddy mansions, though.
Oh,
we in the screen.
Did he say Puff Daddy?
He said Puff Daddy mansions.
No, I don't want to go there.
No, I don't want to go either. Oh,
I mean, on the Ishmael side, there's supposed to be 72 virgins. I'm just saying, I'm gonna put that over there.
He went to Puff Daddy.
Now we got the Puff Daddy.
I don't want 72. I don't want 72 versions either. That means that 72 women don't know what the hell they doing.
Yeah, Yellow would definitely want some.
I agree.
Yeah, you can give me 3 holes. I'm good.
Yeah, I knew it.
Blessed Trinity. Blessed Trinity.
I knew that's exactly. I'm trying to get up under.
Ho, ho, ho. Y'all know the words of the season.
Merry Christmas.
Before you get into your final thoughts or anything you wanted to say, man, to Bree's question, like if any of the things that we proposed today were like found to be factual, the truth of the faith systems, what do you think would change? What would change for you? Which I can already look at your face and tell. And then what do you think would change for people at large?
So it's similar to the question, like, what would you tell Jesus to tell people? Remember we had that conversation, like if we can go back and do time for us, what would you tell him to prevent it, right? You would tell him that you Black.
Yes.
And it would dilute the message. People wouldn't believe. If all of this was factual about her being a woman, about Jesus being a woman, yeah, we'd believe in something else. We would be up here discussing the validity of the life of somebody else. Wouldn't have lasted that long. The Lord wouldn't have lasted that long.
Got a point there. Yeah, I see that point there.
You've been talking about somebody else.
That's true.
That's true.
Women die every day, B. I mean, they
Especially
start
back
people
then.
out here for I mean, a woman die would be like just another Tuesday.
It would be just another Tuesday for real. Like, I mean, low key, because when you talked about your heroes from the Bible, everybody always mentions Proverb 31 woman, Deborah, and then there's somebody that doesn't even have a name. It's like either somebody's mother or somebody's wife.
I
And
like
they always
Jada
mention
Hill because she killed that man with she
that's not the
nailed the
example.
thing through his head. I
Not
like
the
that.
example.
She gave him some milk, let him go to sleep, and then stabbed him
I,
in the head with the hammer and the knife
yeah,
with the nail. I like her.
yeah. I like Mary Magdalene because see, Mary Magdalene was an honest hoe, and she didn't give a damn about all of the bougie bitches that was around Jesus. Said, "Look, this the nigga I done came to see niggas for less. This is an
That's what's up.
exceptional. I don't give a damn about you hoes. Yeah, fuck y'all. I know y'all gonna say, but I'm an honest hoe. Y'all are quiet, private hoes, right? At least I'm an honest hoe. I'm coming to the nigga as I am. So if I was gonna be a bitch out the Bible, I was definitely gonna be Mary Magdalene. Look, bitch, this is what it is. I don't give a damn because if I'm supposed to be focused on Christ, then bitch, I'm not worrying about you. So her sucking dick didn't stop her from wanting to get to what was supposed to help benefit her. So Mary Magdalene is my favorite woman character in the Bible.
I see that point.
Oh, yeah. One other thing I wanted to add. I found it very entertaining how you had that robot honky call us niggers. That was my favorite part.
Listen. This is my first stream where I actually had a sponsor. This is my first stream where I actually had a sponsor, and you're right. I forgot to do the reads. I was supposed to do that every 30 minutes or so to get the benefits that they promise you.
I was
so
waiting
let's go
for
ahead.
another one, man.
Yeah, vocabulary today. Thank you for sponsoring this stream, everybody. This is what you saw today.
Nigga. 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 Noun. Definition: respelling of nigger, typically representing urban African American speech.
Thanks for watching this video. Be sure to subscribe to our channel to get more free learning resources.
Man, it's so cool. And I forgot to tell everybody here though, through this sponsorship, everybody that participated in today's conversation does get a $5 off coupon for Popeyes. So I'll make sure that's in your email within the next 24 hours.
Bruh, it's the authenticity of the voice. Like every time he said nigga, my heart just jumped. Like, huh? Oh, okay. He said
They
it so
gave you
perfect.
annunciation, didn't they?
Oh man. Yeah. I love it. I know, man. I know. It's feelings mutual, Brad. I love it so much. But Yella, final thoughts. I know you answered Bree's question, but your final thoughts for the day, man. Hit us with your final thoughts.
So I'm feeling like this is closing the chapter of a series of religious and Bible situated conversations we've had over the last 6 weeks or so. And I just want to say thank y'all. So I will leave y'all. I know Sean said typically be fast, but I'm leaving y'all with something special today. All right. With one of my favorite passages from the prophet Jules, who quoted Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Bye, y'all.
Don't get caught. Don't get yourself on my
Man, you can't do no more final thoughts. That's it for you. That's it. Yeah, you're done. But not sincerely to everybody that participated in the panel, Bree and Yella, you already know what it is. IG Retro, man, Retro first time Appreciate you coming through. Von, Eric, you already know, man, all the love and respect in the world, man. Appreciate everything you've been doing, man. So much love to all of y'all. Respect to all of y'all. Appreciate all of y'all. And to everybody that's rocked with us in the chat this entire time. Yeah, y'all about to smoke, motherfucker. He about to smite thee. For sure. But yeah, I appreciate all of y'all for rocking with us, man. I think I don't know how much more I want to blaspheme. You know, I know it irks some people. I do know it irks some people. But I think I've gotten every last bit of I don't know if I can find another I don't think I can have another hot take. I think I'm all hot taked out. Like, I don't think there's anything further I could extract that could be worse than the stuff that I said for the people that truly.
I'll have one if you need one.
I got one.
I don't think
I got one.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, if you ever feeling froggy, I got one for you. I got a thumbnail too.
Let's leave it. I want to hear a one-liner of what y'all got. Y'all both got one. I want to hear what it is. We ain't gonna dive into it. I just want to hear what it is. We're gonna leave it like that.
Men, are you ready to be a good submissive wife to Jesus?
Oh no!
And I want a picture of like a man like holding a sandwich, and then like Jesus standing over him.
Wow!
And like KY on the side.
Oh my!
Wow!
The strap.
KY on the
strap. Yeah, and then it need to have 50 Cent in the corner yelling, "Get the strap!" Like
KY and wait a minute, hold up. KY and the strap and the strap.
Yeah, 50 need to be saying like he say on Power, "Get the strap!" Like
okay.
Okay.
KY, I'm stuck. KY and the strap. I got.
Yeah, yeah. Jesus is going in.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute.
You thought it was for nothing? You thought it was for nothing? He was just had it for fun? For fun?
Hold up. I just want to get to that. Wait a minute. So, wait a minute. So, Jesus Christ has the KY and the strap and it's getting it in.
No, he's not. It's on the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail. So I'm just saying, like, the title is "Men, Are You Ready to Be a Submissive Wife?" That's what everybody like to talk about it so much. Y'all ready to be submissive wives? Maybe a podcast for y'all. Y'all need to be ready for your bridegroom when he come back.
Pouring Jesus' wine.
Yeah, get them perfumes on.
Are we just talking about? Will we just be talking about men, not women, or
we all the bride of Christ?
Jesus is a woman.
Yeah, you didn't know he's by. You know he's the rock of my salvation.
Are we all the bride of Christ? He didn't say he was coming to get his boys, who was the bridegrooms too. He said, "Y'all,
everybody can get this D."
Yeah,
want to find D.
Hold up. Okay.
Are y'all ready to be submissive? Y'all can't be going up there trying to run the show.
I mean, no, you can't. It's his will, not ours.
Right.
Thy will be done.
Yeah.
But it's
to you.
And you got to call him daddy, Von there. You got to call him daddy.
He is your daddy.
Either that or face the vengeance
You
of
got
the
to call
power
Jesus
penis.
daddy.
Or face the vengeance, like Yella just said.
Yeah, he's
I thought we're not going into that because I want to understand the question.
He's your husband. He's your husband father.
He's your husband.
He's your husband father. Your daddy husband.
Daddy.
Okay.
You got to call him a daddy with his Z. Daddy.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Your daddy husband.
In daddy name, amen.
Yeah, because he's your father, so yeah, get ready to be in a homosexual, incestual relationship.
Or the
You
real
gotta be up there.
annoying one,
To
Dottie.
my man. Thank you to my man. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
I hope
Hold
y'all
up.
ready.
Wait. Hold up.
This is worse. This is worse than there's something about the Robinsons.
Right.
Man.
I just want to make sure with this conversation. Oh, you gonna have this call because I want to make sure this.
He asked for the one liner for the
I'm
inflammatory.
just asking for the inflammatory take.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I have to decide if we're gonna do something else. But he always leaves my face sticky and doesn't even hand me a oh my God, Greg. Get over here. So what's your inflammatory take, yo? What's your inflammatory topic?
I did this one on stream the other day and it just came back to me. Just outrageous, outlandish tale about why she was pregnant. And she really got pregnant by somebody down the road.
Oh yeah, like you
Oh,
trying to have
Mary?
that combo. Mary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the story of Jesus. The story of Jesus is just Mary's made up story on why she cheated on her husband. Of course, she would say
Yeah.
she got pregnant by
They didn't
God.
have more. Yeah, they didn't have more.
Yeah, they ain't have more. Of course, she would say she got pregnant by God.
I got one, y'all.
What you got? What you got, SG?
Joseph was cuckolded.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Joseph was
Yeah.
what?
Oh,
He
Yeah,
gonna say he
basically.
watched. He
Joseph
watched.
was what?
Joseph
Joseph
was
was
Watching?
cuckolded.
he was
was
watching
cuckolded.
Mary get
was
banged out by
cuckolded.
somebody else.
I know he didn't watch
Cause
because he
being,
didn't know. He
cause
didn't know.
being, cause being
He
cucked ain't
just played
necessarily
it
watching.
off because think about it. What nigga that's into it, he gonna have to play it off. The nigga didn't pull out. It was a wild night. They was drinking all that wine. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, he probably had to tell people he didn't know.
Yeah, with swingers.
Jesus was,
Mhm.
yeah. And couldn't tell nobody about that back then.
I mean, you couldn't.
Or he was trafficking her. Didn't want to say it.
But
Oh,
I'm just gonna have to wait.
oh,
She's
oh,
I'm just gonna have to wait for
Oh,
this.
and
Poor
listen,
Jesus.
I think
Poor Jesus.
I think I just said one too. Fear the wrath of the polypenis.
The poly
Fear the wrath
penis.
of the polypenis.
Holly.
And God liked the hoes. Y'all remember Hosea's wife? She was a
Yeah.
hoe.
One
And
of
then
them.
he
to
told her
like
to go
hoes,
back.
that's
Didn't he
that's
say go
godly.
back to her? Didn't he say? Didn't he leave her? Didn't he tell him to go back to her too? And Hosea?
Yeah. Yeah, he had to stay with the hoe.
Yeah, I think. But then I thought he left.
Yeah, she was
and he
a,
went back, and then he went
yeah,
back.
God told him he had to stay with her. Yeah, he
Right.
tried to
Yeah,
leave.
yeah.
That was a
You
weird
chose that
story.
hoe.
Yeah.
You chose that hoe.
Well, Hosea had to stay with the hoe so that we could see what it's like for God to be with us. We some hoes. That's the whole point.
Man.
He actually told me to go pick one.
Yeah, he picked her as a hoe.
Right.
Man.
Yeah.
That's a real
Shit,
forgiveness.
some niggas don't even get hoes to pick. They just at home dry.
Holeless.
Hoe, like, right. I'd rather have hoe than never had. I'd rather have never have known a hoe.
I
You know
love
what I'm saying?
I'll go. Y'all find out the question.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I definitely appreciate y'all, man. This was a blast for me. Definitely. We are getting ready to get out of here. Now, real quick, just because it got clipped off at the beginning, I didn't do the operation properly. So Yella didn't get to hear my tribute to Time Force on the intro. So I'm just gonna start the intro so it gets as soon as I find it, Lord Jesus. So you can hear the Time Force love.
And the next time I see you, I'm gonna cancel Christmas on your ass.
Let's bow our hearts for prayer.
All right, so yeah, we had a little Time Force in the intro, man. Had to make sure the Time Force was represented, man. That's how we do out here. But before we go, because Yella did share this with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Very nice. You can hurt somebody with those.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna jump right into it right now. We have a thing that we do sometime with celebrities that come over here. We do a whole clear the air session.
Yeah.
So if there are any rumors, anything that's going on with Sierra, which there are all on the internet and all that other mess, clear the air right now. Let the people know what's going on.
Oh my goodness, there's so many crazy,
get
funny
ATL
things,
grimy.
and you know I gotta say none of them bother me, but I'll just do it just to do it because whatever. There's one thing about me being a man or something like that. Before I was something when I was born, I got a change,
really,
a hermaphrodite or something like that. And they
Okay.
said that I went on Oprah and did it, and I'm like, okay, come on now. You know, if I was on Oprah, like, I mean, it takes a while before that happens for somebody going to Oprah. You know what I mean? Like, that's really big. So we know that didn't happen. If you can find it, though, I'll give you $100 grand and fly you around the world and do everything for you if you can find that tape and play it for me.
Right. Already, let's shut it down.
Yeah, and then there's something else about me being a lesbian or something like that. I mean, it's so sad that I'm sitting right here in the dress, and it's like, it's so funny to me. And one thing that I feel about in life is that the bigger and better things get for you, the more people try to bring you down. And that's just the way I see it.
It's the truth.
So, I mean, that's not true. I'm here to say it's not true. If you can do that, I give you $100 grand again, and I give you the car that I'm trying to buy coming up, my Range Rover that I want to get. I give it to you. I want to get it for myself.
Okay, and those are the words. Those are the ones that you really.
All right, so Von there, if you find what you said you were looking for, you got 100,000 coming, a Range Rover, and she'll fly you around.
All right, I'm gonna look because that came. The interview I seen was after that.
Okay. Hey, so if you find it, hey, we got it on tape.
And she discussed she the interview that I remember was after that, and she discussed. I think they asked her why she said that right there on
Okay. Yeah, because I know. So anybody that came later in the stream, Bree and Von Erich had a disagreement about whether that happened or not. Because Von Erich said he saw an interview where she said the opposite, so that's why we played that. But we're getting ready to get out of here. I'm gonna play the outro I made for y'all. Peace.
And ready. This morning I wake up and I look in the mirror. Every part of my body was in the place many people lie. I don't wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I may fall down on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
Well, as you all know, today is National Hot Dog Day.
Thanks for the glizzy.
Hot dog is my favorite meat.
Thanks for the glizzy.
I love hot dogs.
A glizzy. A glizzy.
Why are people doing this?
A glizzy. A glizzy. A glizzy.
I love them in buns. I love them outside of buns. It's the best, best meat there is, without question.
Thank you for the roast. How thoughtful. Thank you for the glizzies. Penis.
Regular human beings isn't thinking of doing shit like this, so tap in, bro.
Yeah, tap in for real.
Yeah.
Forget that. So tap into a psychiatrist, tap into some meds, tap the fuck in, dog.
Yeah.
You're all the way out of bounds with this shit right here. This is crazy.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
Oh, liquid courage.